for organizing this epoch-making workshop and training for its staff. The NIM, as a professional body, is very pleased to partner with all university administrations to empower their staff to give of their best and improve on their service delivery. The Institute is well pleased with the University of Benin, noting in particular that the Vice Chancellor of the University and its principal officers are all members of the Institute. I thought that will attract a bigger round of applause. This workshop is a further demonstration of the determination of the university management led by the Vice Chancellor, who was himself present at the last annual conference at Abuja, to ensure that his staff are well trained. I want to invite the Vice Chancellor and his principal officers to the forthcoming national conference taking place in Abuja in September. Last year I didn't invite him, he came, but this year I'm inviting him to come. We are also pleased to note from the reports that we have received from the University of Benin chapter unit that the university has been sponsoring its staff to various management conferences organized by the Institute. This is an encouraging development that should be emulated by other institutions. This workshop that has a theme of developing staff professionalism in the university system is very apt at this time when the country is faced with economic recession and with dwindling financial resources. It is therefore hoped that staff will key into all measures that will be brought into play to ensure that in spite of all the inconveniences, that they give all their best to keep the system going. I'll bring you again the goodwill of all members of council of the Institute and wish you a very fruitful workshop and hope that at the end of the day, the university and the Institute will be better for it. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, the National President. May I now invite Vice Omadone to please introduce the lecturer, the first lecturer or the speaker for the day.
Without much ado, I think the workshop has commenced in essence. So we'll call right away Venerable D.O. Ebenusi to talk on the topic, moral decadence versus productivity in public service. Venerable Ebenusi, please.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, principal officers and other senior officers of the university, permit me to please rest on existing protocol. It is with deep gratitude that we stand here this morning to take this topic, moral decadence versus productivity in the public service. Without a solid moral base, our social, economic, and political development will be in shambles. Therefore, we need to relate our development to our system values. To do contrary is, in the words of Isoku, to entrust the safety of the insane man into his own hand, which is the recipe for self-destruction. He sums it up by saying, a scientific modern Nigerian society without a sound social and moral base will be our worst enemy in terms of the human misery, fear, insecurity, and barbarism that will be self-inflicted in the process of a misguided scientific advancement. A similar perspective of Morocco opines that if the country produces intellectual giants, but who are moral dwarfs, it is simply producing obstacles to its own development or productivity. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today presents us another rare opportunity not only to listen to a seminar as a matter of routine or mark attendance as an observance of ritual, but for us to recreate in our minds the magnitude of depravity that has befallen our system and threatens to uproot the bedrocks of our society. Our aim is to erupt in everyone a genuine burden and insatiable desire of making contributions toward the repairs and restorations of our institutions. The lecture is also meant to afford us a compass that will help us identify the location and significance of our various texts in the realization of the corporate vision or the productivity of this institution. It is for us to appreciate that every 10 minutes of lateness, 20 minutes of idleness, 30 minutes of truancy, and 40 minutes of personal trading in our offices are reflections of moral decadence. They indicate as well our austere contributions to the institutional disease called cancer of the conscience. Therefore, the business of today is neither a show of rhetoric or proposition of theories. It is to bring about a practical and personal moral surgery that each of us needs to carry out individually. Dear friends, we are gathered here today to precipitate the real elements of the term productivity, to resonate the vibes of an efficient public service, and to re-echo the ownership culture of a true public or civil servant, whose motivation transcends the ephemeral or mundane issues of life, but exudes from the internal candor of the conscience as erected by the internal creator. We have come to give credence to the school of thought that spirituality has a significant effect on the day-to-day life of the workers. For some years now, I have lamented the state of public institutions around this vicinity, particularly on issues that border on low productivity arising from total loss of moral values. I recall visiting the emergency ward of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital at the time. Going by what I saw, I sent a text message to the CMV complaining to him that the emergency ward was a moving mortuary. Not necessarily because of the nature of facilities or machines in there, but due to the lackadaisical attitude of the workers, who literally should have understood the term emergency. Their lukewarm disposition was quite distasteful. The insensitivity of some medical personnel who were busy listening to music with their earpiece or their handset devices, even as the relatives of ailing patients worked helplessly, was irritating. A number of them were devoid of the virtue called empathy, and I reasoned that they were complete misfits in the system. How I wish they understood the height of their unproductiveness, and how themselves have become some chronic disease in the public service. Saying that University of Benin is our case study, permit me to mention one or two similar encounters to drive home my point. I recall sometime in 2015, as an adult student in one of the faculties, I went to see the dean, and it turned out that he was not on seat. I approached the secretary with a plea to see him privately. As he stood up to attend to me, a young lady shouted at me and reprimanded me heavily for not disclosing the intent of my visit publicly. I was dumbfounded at her rudeness and ranting. Fortunately for me, one of the professors who heard her came and chastised her, querying such bizarre attitude and unsolicited provocations. For a minute, I thought of escalating her to the registrar because I felt she was a serious cankerworm in the system, and such attitude can be very cancerous. Though I refrained, I later spoke with the dean, and in my words I said to him, "Sir, when I decided to come to the University of Benin Law Faculty for the program, I knew I would be treated as a student without any coloration of status. But it was not part of my bargain to be treated as a rag." The dean apologized profusely with a promise to deal with the issue decisively. So 3 months ago, I had a similar encounter at the radiology department of the health center. I took my mother to do a scan, and then they told me to come in a week's time. I sent my wife there to get the scan, and when she got there, they said they could not get it, and they asked, come back on Monday. I went the following Monday, and then they said they could not get it. They beckoned on me to help them to check that, through their files. I did all of that, and I was sweating profusely, but yet we could not get it. They told me that some of the scans were with the radiologist, that I should just please stand and wait a little. As I was waiting there, the radiologist came out from his office with some of those scan copies. And then when he saw me and some of the students, he said, go and sit down. He said it in a manner of very irritating for someone who have been so displeased with the system. And then I said, they asked me to. He said, go and sit down. He shouted at me. I said, sir, please talk to me nicely. He ranted and then collected all the scan copies, both the one that were in his hands and the one that were on the table, and then took it to his office as if to hold us to a ransom. I shook my head that what an ignorance. If this man knows that it's part of my tax that they use in paying salary, he will treat me very well. And then after much, I was asked, somebody intervened, and then I took it calmly that I went. He now asked me to please, that I should go back, then bring my mother the next morning to redo the scan. My aged mother, in her mid-70s, that I literally carried to the center. You are asking me to bring him again. They said I should come as early as 8 or before now. I went there with my mother. I pleaded with my mother, so please, just bear with me for this last time. And then we went there. Getting there, I met the technician or the technical radiologist or whatever you call it. And then I said it was the radiologist that said I should bring my mother again. The young man came out in arrogance and told me that I will not do it again. That even if I like, I should go to the VCO. That he has done it before, he won't do it again. It was at that point I marched straight to the director of medical services to lament my experience. And then she came down to sort the matter. So you will agree with me that this workshop and the various activities outlined are not only appropriate, but what? Timely. Again, the topic before us is moral decadence versus productivity, or vis-a-vis productivity in public service. Let us look more closely at the key words in the topic and try to give them a working definition for the purpose of this workshop. I will restrict myself to the following: moral decadence, productivity, and public service. Let us attempt to break it further. When we talk about moral decadence, we are talking of morality or moral values and then decadence. When we say moral, whether as a noun or adjective, it is concerned with the principles of right and wrong behavior. The synonyms include virtuous, good, righteous, right-minded, principled, proper, honorable, incorruptible, scrupulous, respectable, decent, irreproachable, truthful, law-abiding, clean living, chaste, pure, etc., etc. Morality has to do with a universal good. It is not a product of subjectivity or relativism. It is not a function of sentiment or a reflection of times and seasons. And as such, it cannot become obsolete or go out of fashion. What it was yesterday, that is what it is today, and that is what it will be forevermore. It is universally acceptable by all standard parameters. Its applicability, it is more than a code of conduct. In its acceptability, it is wider than the law of the land. And it is compellability, it is more potent than any known human court. Where there is morality, monsters like corruption and oppression cannot be better. Morality constitutes a system of moral principles followed by a people. On the basis of morality, we define what is right or wrong, and ascertain whether a particular behavior is good or bad. Obasola advanced that the hallmark of morality in any human society is to regulate those spheres of life and conduct which no other aspect of the human endeavor can curtail. In addition, it regulates the personal and interpersonal relationships of people within the established social setup, thereby paving the way for social harmony, which is the harbinger of social political development. Therefore, the development of man, socially, politically, and economically, would be incomplete without a residue of morality. Seeing that man has the natural tendency to live a pleasurable life, most times at the expense of other people's well-being, morality becomes important because it guides him against excessive use of his desire to please himself. The idea of morality is germane to the spiritual and physical well-being of the people. It borders on the internal structure of the man, designed to direct him on the right way to act. It is a spiritual door that inhibits unacceptable conduct. So when we discuss morality, we are addressing the spiritual or the internal element, the inner element of the man. We are reawakening the conscience and charging the attitudinal forces which are able to bring about positive changes in our environment. Moral values are those intrinsic attributes and characteristics which are innate in every person for the actualization or promotion of social order, cohesion and peaceful coexistence, which are fundamental indices for productivity and development in the society. I have said that in its applicability, that it is wider than the laws of the land. For instance, someone is trying to overtake me on maybe a two-lane way, and then there is an upcoming vehicle. I know that if I don't slow down for this man, he's going to be in for a collision. But I'm not obliged to slow down. I'm on my lane, and I just stay on my lane. No law will find me guilty, but my conscience should sentence me for such a barbaric and inhuman act. That is why I say it is wider than the law. Impartiality. We are talking about some, just to give three moral values. Impartiality. Impartiality connotes not being partial in the treatment that one meets out on others. It is the absence of bias, favoritism, or nepotism. Impartiality presupposes the value that one places on merit, efficiency, and productivity, while also recognizing the equality of all people, irrespective of their state of origin or their religious affiliation. This will bring about increased productivity. Loyalty and patriotism. It presupposes truthfulness and faithfulness to one's duty or obligations. In other words, loyalty connotes owing allegiance to a cause or to someone, or better still, to one's country. For us as workers in the University of Benin, loyalty will connote that we are totally committed to the ideals and ideas of this institution. This, Nigeria and Nigerians, we are not patriotic. Many of us, we are rather patriotic to other nations. This has robbed the nation of vital support, which it deserves, especially when she is faced with opposition. A vivid illustration here is in the field of sports. If I ask you, which club do you submit? I will hear some say Arsenal. I will hear some say Chelsea. I will hear some say Man U or Real Madrid. But no one will tell me it is Bender Insurance. No one will tell me that it's Enugu Rangers. Why? Because we are not loyal to our own country. Some of us have had a privilege to travel outside the shores of this country to take a diploma, just a diploma or a 6-month course. If you see the way we parade those certificates as though that we went to the primary, the secondary, and the university of those countries, we relegate our own university to the background and then begin to say, I'm a graduate of Harvard, I'm a graduate of this, I'm a graduate of that. Why? Because we are not loyal to our system. Justice. Zoba says justice enables the people to apportion resources, authority, power, rights, duties, liberties, privileges, opportunity, advantages, and so on. And even punishment fairly according to merits and qualifications. These are essential virtues which all Nigerians must cultivate on our road to productivity and socio-economic development. When I was coming for this program, I thought in the morning, what should I put on? Should I wear a shirt and a tie? I said, when I come here, Professor Yobo and the Vice Chancellor will intimidate me, say, that is my student. And so I chose not to. I said, I will come in my regalia as a priest. And so when Professor Yobo sees me, he will say, my Lord, spiritual. Distinguished audience, I am talking about justice. Will it be that because the Vice Chancellor is from the engineering faculty, that he will now decide to apportion all the resources, or 50% of resources of the university to the development of engineering, that will be injustice. That is what we are talking about. As for decadence, it is the act or process of falling into an inferior condition or state, deterioration or decay. The synonyms include dissipation, degeneracy, debauchery, corruption, depravity, perversion, immorality, lack of restraint, lack of self-control, immoderateness, intemperance, licentiousness, wantonness, self-indulgence, etc., etc. It could also mean rottenness. In relation to food substance, for instance, it underscores a process of reaction given some odious and unpalatable taste. You know, decayed food substances are usually found in a dustbin where they are allowed for the consumption of animals or madmen. We therefore can say that those who possess these decayed morals, who have replaced virtues with vices, are unwholesome individuals, who are morally sick, and they are unfortunately they litter various public offices. Little wonder that they cannot be nice, they cannot be empathetic, understanding, or they cannot be cooperative as team players. They cannot be respectful or obedient to consider authority. Will you then be surprised when they join courts and use battle acts to address civil issues that ought to be settled with a pen and paper? Will you be surprised? No. Or why they resort to mudslinging, threats, and other erratic displays? They have been swelled up by decayed morals, and there is need for a mind transformation, a paradigm readjustment, and a brain reset. Consequently, moral decadence is a perversion of God, value, attitude, and manner of life. It is the corruption of moral consciousness and a flight from moral virtues. According to St. Thomas Aquinas, moral virtues are good habits which incline and allow possessors to make good moral choices. And without virtue, he argues that everything is hollow and dull. Indeed, without virtue, men and women are good for nothing, and they are public dangers. For the morally decadent, nothing is condemnable and nothing is evil. Nothing seems atrocious. A morally decadent society opposes the philosophy of anything goes. Moral decadence is manifested in the absence of love for one another, which should not be a function of tribe or religion. Some of us used to watch the NTA program Tales by Moonlight, where we were taught some salient moral values. But today, what we see on television is no longer so. May I quickly remark that the war against financial corruption cannot be successful in Nigeria, no matter the vigor attached and tactics employed, until we address the moral corruption or what we here describe as moral decadence. It is the root of all other vices in the land, be it financial corruption or bribery, political corruption which will manifest as rigging, academic corruption in the form of blocking whether in cash or kind, kidnapping, subordination, stealing, etc., etc. It is desirable that the failure of moral values is the crux of the problem facing us as a nation, and until all these steps are taken to remedy it, we will continue to wallow in moral mess. Productivity simply means the rate of efficiency. Productivity or performance of the public service is very vital for the development of any country because it will help improve the standard and quality of the citizens. This has been the basis of concerted effort by the federal government and all other parastatals in ensuring that the human capital of their organizations are developed. And this is why we are also here. Without sounding offensive, but in the light of this definition, it is my humble view, as a participant observed that this university, as a focal point of our public service, is having a decline in productivity. We are having more human heads in office as we speak. How do we explain a postgraduate student writing a test semester exam without seeing the first semester result? Who is monitoring who? How effective and efficient are the measures? Can the body of the elephant be so big that it cannot follow its head? I'm sure that you as a member of staff can rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 how effective you are. We may be quick to criticize the head when payments are not made or when they are not made in full. We may complain of other benefits not received. But in all honesty, do you think you have kept your own side of the bargain? It will therefore amount to fraud. I'm jumping because I have told that my time is almost up. And maybe you have opportunity to see the slides or collect it after now, or they send it to your email. But let me continue. That honesty, courage, cooperation, and tact are the skills that a public servant ought to have. When we say tact, it means skillfulness in handling a difficult situation without giving offense to the people involved. This is very necessary in the public sector. More so when we are expected to create a feeling of satisfaction in the public. We are to be imbued with the ever consciousness that public office is a public trust. By our terms of engagement as public or civil servants and by the laws of the land, we enter a contract with the government and our citizens. We covenant to offer our time, our skills, and our knowledge for the benefit of the public, for a consideration known as salary or wages, in some instances of better still remuneration. It will therefore amount to fraud if we shortchange the government or shortchange this institution by denying her citizens any of these values. And for this, there will always be a consequence. Whether or not we go to Mount Zion or Mount Arafat for privilege or prayers, there must be a consequence. The practicality or reality of this discourse may be seen by probing ourselves with some questions such as, when do you resume at your desk? Mr. Vice Chancellor, I assure you that some persons who ought to be here as participants, they are still at the ring road. They are coming on their way. How do you put your skills and knowledge at the disposal of your clients and customers? What is the feeling like after every encounter with you? Is it that of intimidation, irritation, satisfaction, or regret? How many files do you treat in a day? How many people do you successfully attend to? What skills do you possess? What unique value are you adding to the system? Or are you just one of the numbers? If your department, your faculty, or your unit can effectively do without you, then you are a liability. You should be disengaged. It means that you do not have any form of competitive advantage and your recruitment was an initial error. It means that you are a blank photocopy and a duplicate of no value. The productivity of every organization is tied to the performance of every member. In most instances, the employee's behavior or character, and so what you do in your desk will eventually transcend into the productivity of this system. For a morally sound worker, they are self-motivated and valuable to their organization. These workers are highly reliable and are appreciated by their superiors for what they bring to the workplace. They are honest, they are responsible, they are dependable, and then they are valued. On the other hand, morally depraved workers are known for their active or passive participation in vices that will manifest in the following: crime and violence, 2, corruption, 3, perversion of justice, 4, courtesy. Let me say something about courtesy. It is of various kinds and in various dimensions. The involvement could also be in degrees. We have the traditional and the modern courts, which are predominantly for the old and the young respectively. They are violent and brutal in their operations. They are merciless and senseless in their attacks. Most, if not all, the violent crises and heinous crimes in this institution can be traced to them. They have no respect for the sanctity of human life. Very often, they instill fear into the system to incapacitate those who are saddled with the responsibility of ensuring sanity and enforcing discipline. These court groups are bounded by oath of secrecy and under obligation or other threat to promote interest of their members, even if the interest is not legitimate. This is done without recourse to merit or fair play. The activities of these court groups are inimical to socio-political development in the organization. Dear distinguished listeners, it is sad to say that moral decadence has made humanity to become an obstacle to itself. Recently, I was told of the unscrupulous activities of some medical doctors in our teaching hospital. They use the government facilities as a bait to solicit and enlist patients for their private clinics in very callous manner. They make themselves unreachable to their patients who are in dire need of their attention. They turn around to send emissaries to them, to lure them to their private clinics, to perform surgeries on them or monumental cost that is capable of enslaving the patient. Sometimes they make the patient pay as much as 1 million for such surgeries. This level of greed, callousness, craze for wealth and inhumanity is highly lamentable. Do they think they will not be sick? Why will you not be available to see your patient in the government hospital, where you have a contract with the citizen, and yet you are abundantly present in your private clinics to impoverish the patient all in the name of healthcare? It is more painful that some of them who manage some of these hospitals run the institutions aground and then divert government funds to build and equip their private hospitals. Can we still find the bearing of our consciences when we watch our fellow men die because they have no money to pay our charges? They say I should round up. Sorry, so that you do not take part of my time. Some months ago, I'm happy the Vice Chancellor is here. Some months ago, I read a post in this university, after which the class rep called me to say that the lecturer needs to be appreciated. I asked him the rationale behind appreciating the lecturer who's pretending over my script. He later told me that it is to ensure that we have good grades. My response to him was that will amount to a bribe. Much later, I was told that an 8th grade in that same course was going for 5,000 naira. When I'm not paying my daughter's school fees. I told him that I've never done that in my life and I will never do that. I assured him that when the result is out, if I sense any foul play or any form of victimization, I will protest with everything that I have, even though the certificate may not be useful to me. The second semester came. The students were meant to pay 2,500 naira for a textbook ahead of the printing. Now me one sponsor lecturer book. When the book was eventually released, behold, it was a main handout, and on it was boldly written, "Not for sale." I knew it was not right. I sent evidence to the lecturer to receive the decision, but he will not board until the matter got to the school of postgraduate. I commend the PG school that swiftly sent a letter of caution to him, advising him to desist from such practice or fail the music. And then he came to class to hand. As he was doing that, he began to make incantations. And when he finished making incantations, I stood up. I said, "Sir, may I know, before I respond, is it right or wrong for you to sell handouts?" He kept quiet, he could not answer. I walked with him to his office and I told him, "A costless shall not come." There is nothing. Who is he that said a thing and put it to back when God has made a way? And I began to challenge him on some of those things that I've heard previously. He denied some, and I told him, for your own good, try not to participate in some of these things. Let me add one more. Someone brought a complaint to me about a senior officer in Boston who also happened to be religious. He borders on an S-star who needed to pursue his pension and gratuity. The officer in block 10 demanded an upfront payment of 100,000 naira to have his request attended to and facilitated. The other day, I was told about a first-class graduate lecturer in the Faculty of Education who was involved in sale of grades, mutilation of exam records, illegal entry of offices and the like, and then riding jeep all over the campus. Similarly, I was also told of a unit head who was always taking office toiletries and stationaries home and converting them to personal use. My dear participants, the question is, when shall all this end? Do we blame Buhari or Jonathan for our moral ineptitude when we have the candlestick of God lighted in our conscience? I am pressed for time. Then may I tell you in summary that it is not enough for you to parade your religion with stickers and tags on your door and on your cars. I know who I am. My case is different. This and that. In fact, some of us have degenerated into idolatry. When we carry the pictures of ministers of God on our neck. How did we get there? And yet, we are the fraudulent ones in the office. We are the ones who will come late. We are the ones who will not obey constitutional authority. We are the ones who will cheat. I was told in Faculty of Management, they called somebody cheating, a lecturer, doing masters, he was cheating, and then nothing happened. I'm sure the DBC account did not hear. Where are we? We are dangerous. We are cancerous to this institution, and we must change. On this note, there is a need for moral revival. We productivity to our system. Thank you.
We want to thank, by this standing ovation, we want to thank the Vice Chancellor. Even if this is what, by the beginning of this lecture, even if that is the only thing the Vice Chancellor has achieved today, a round of applause. Standing round of applause to the Vice Chancellor. Okay, you may take your seats. You may take your seats. We will go into the discussion session now. But before then, let me just acknowledge the presence of Mr. Odiagbe, Deputy Bossa, Students Account, Professor Fred Ekaise, Director, CRD ICT, and Mr. Olawo, Chief Accountant in the bursary. You are welcome to our list. I want to invite Chief Barrister Sir M.O. Azubene to preside over this discussion session for 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you. Your introduction has already taken 10 minutes. I think we all agree that the lecturer actually delivered. Then give him another round of applause. What he did this morning is to serve as a mirror. The mirror of ourselves as staff that the outsider sees. Some time ago, there was a workshop, and I referred to some staff as alert staff. Those who are always waiting for alerts, who do no job. Somebody from outside has also come to confirm, not only to confirm, with lucid examples of the kind of things that we do. They say a word is enough. I'm not going to summarize the lecture because it is not necessary. So if you have any questions or comments to make, just raise up your hand. I will take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That will be okay. Anyone from this side? You will have the mic down. Please, you just go straight to the question. Please come forward. Go straight to the question. Forget protocol. Don't address chairman or anybody. You have all been addressed. And make it very quick, please.
Where is the mic?
So that everything will crumble in that unit. What happens?
Repeat your question, please.
Raise up your hand. Don't stand up. Don't raise your hand. And I will acknowledge you. Give to that man. No lady. I'm very data sensitive.
Good morning, all. My question is just brief.
Go ahead.
It goes like this. How we are talking about the moral. What are we doing to those? Somebody just answer halfway. What do we do to those who are dedicated? How do we encourage them so that they do more? We still see what I'm pushing wheelbarrow in the University of Benin. What do we do to encourage such persons?
Yes, anyone that way? Any lady? Okay, give me that.
Everybody standing on existing protocol. I believe in the private sector, all hands are on deck because everybody is given something to do. So I don't see why you would blame somebody for not working when you have not given that person anything to do. I believe when you give somebody a job to do, the person must, of necessity, do that job. So if that person has nothing to do, then you can't blame that person for not doing anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you for good training. Any other lady? Yes, that's the last question.
Recommendation for it. Maybe there is elevation or anything or conversion. Then they will talk about that you didn't come that you came late before the conversion was done. What happened to those people?
Thank you. I don't know whether the guest lecturer answer this question. Saying that it appears we don't have questions for the guest lecturer because the questions you have asked are mostly for internal issues. Let me say I want to try.
If I can remember, the staff who said she's in a particular office where she does not find something to do. If you have interest in your job, there is a saying we learned in our discipleship program in church. When you find God at work, you join Him. When you are in an office and you see work going on, if you apply yourself to that job, you find something useful to do. But if you sit down and you wait for somebody to call you to come and work, and there are some of you that are given jobs to do and you don't do some jobs, then for the other person, what's the other question now? Conversion. That you came after the conversion exercise had been done. It's a pity. We are planning other conversion exercises. You can apply them. But in the meantime, with the position you have, you can still be useful in the university. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's when you are HEO, you cannot apply yourself to the job. And when you are seen doing the job, you might think that you are not seen doing well. But God sees you. And in due course, you will be well rewarded.
Thank you very much, Madam Registrar. I think the time has come to review this mass promotion exercise, where everybody, whether working or not working, will be promoted once it is 4 years. That is doing a very big disservice to those who are hardworking. I think that is the essence of the questions that have been asked. How do you reward the reward system? How do you reward the hard-working person? If at the end of the day, you will wait for the same period of 4 years for those who are not working and all of them get promoted. Madam, your registrar, this is something you will take up and give a back. I'm not asking for immediate answer now. Go ahead.
And in addition, the way some staff are being rewarded is that letters of commendation, they are written by the heads of departments. And during promotion exercise, these commendation letters are considered. Thank you. You can be rewarded verbally, you can be rewarded in writing.
Thank you. The two should be converted to promotion or accelerated promotion. And I think we are getting to a stage where there will be need to do the rise of examination or promotion so that you can really shift the shaft from the grain. I think, was there another question that which one do you have to take? Favoritism. Favoritism will not have any way when you have a good conscience. If you listen to this lecture properly, if you follow the lecturer, I think he has struck a code in our conscience, a moral code in our conscience. Let us see how this lecture that we are just listening to this morning, that has freed us intellectually, spiritually, we reflect in our work attitude. And let us also, I'm happy the management were here, they all had. Let us see whether if we go down the ladder and then see whether there will be a change. But I believe there will be a change. I think on this note, I want to bring this first session. I want to bring this first session to a close with a very profound appreciation to the Venerable Benusi, the triple Venerable, the Venerable, an engineer, is a lawyer. So you can see that spiritually is there, professionally is there, everywhere is there. And in fact, I'm sure some of you did not know him, who did not know him very well, looked at him and said, what is this one going to say? Because you have not heard of him. But now you know him, don't you? Give him another round. Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable Engineer Dr. Osaze Benusi, and Chief Barrister Sir M.O. Azubene for chairing that section. I want to appreciate all of us for our patience and our good conduct so far. We are going into the next lecture now, and it's going to be taken by Dr. Modola Awosisu, former registrar at the State University. The lecture is titled Staff Discipline, Parameters for Enforcement in the University System. Dr. Awosisu, please. Okay. While he's coming, Architect Peace Emoji should get ready as chairman of that of the discussion session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Vice Chancellor in absentia, dear Registrar, other principal officers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I was just thinking we should end this workshop and go home now. I wasn't sure whether the person I was listening to was Reverend Minister or Matthew Cooker. people know Reverend Martin Kuka, they know what I'm talking about. The registrar has dealt with typologies and manifestations of misconduct in University of Benin. And the Reverend came and dealt into moral decadence, corruptions, beyond the way anybody in the university could have put it. To the except that he didn't mention names, but if you dealt seriously into what he has said, you could almost identify where things were happening and who was actually doing what. I want to thank him for that. Well, after listening to that, what will be my business again? I want to look at the other side of the coin. The topic is staff discipline, parameters for enforcement in the university system. The opposite of indiscipline is discipline. So I want to look at the other side of the coin, which is discipline. The Reverend spent all of the time hammering on indiscipline, which is a major crisis in Nigeria. And I like the way he ended that if every Samuel, if every Emmanuel, if every David in Nigeria will carry Christian principle to wherever they want, there is no need for EFCC. We don't need EFCC or ICPC. And the only person in the kitchen cabinet of Buhari who has been found to be corrupt is a Christian, is Lawal David. It's so unfortunate. So we don't carry our religion to what we do, and that's a problem. But now let's look at discipline. The essence of some of us who are deputy registrar, principal assistant registrar, chief accountant, director of academic planning, like my friend Dr. Godiola, is that our responsibility is also to ensure discipline where we have been placed. All the things that Reverend mentioned, somebody is located in that locus single where these things were happening. And he actually mentioned some cases where somebody higher than the person trying to mess up intervened and things became better. Now, where there is no discipline, there will be indiscipline. And that is what I want to share with us. The objective, therefore, is to discuss, to find out. Somebody said that what happens that in some of these cases, people are caught, nothing happened to them. Well, it's not only here, it happens all over Nigeria. We want to look at the best methods to process disciplinary actions. One thing that nobody said is that there are situations where we discipline somebody, he goes to some higher powers, and then the system is forced to review what he has done. I don't know whether it happens here. Now, I was registered for 10 years, which were too many years. Anyway, my mom will tell you that 10 will be too many. Now you see others coming, bishop will come, reverend father will come and meet you, and people will come from your village that this is your daughter, is your brother, is your cousin, what can you do about this case? And before you know it, people and your management, everybody who participated in it, they leave the registrar alone. And I don't need to talk about the issue of people going to Babalawo's house, going to prayer mountains, where they have to submit your names as the man who is making it difficult for them in Winnipeg. All these are there. So now the highest point is that people go to court, and people have been sent away from the university. Many a time they come back, and when they are coming back, most of the time they come back based on mistakes that the university have committed, based on technical errors that we have made. And that is areas in which I want to stress my points. Another step to discuss how to ensure that our disciplinary sanctions are not upturned by the law court. Well, I will not waste time to describing discipline. I want to be sure you know discipline in discipline. Synonyms of indiscipline: disobedience, offense, infraction, malfeasance, infringement, incontinence, misconduct. The Reverend used more difficult vocabulary. Typology of indiscipline in the university, basically there are two: misconduct and gross misconduct. But before I continue, how many people are in this meeting who are registry staff? You are admin officer, assistant registrar, assistant registrar. Can you stand up? I have an observation to make. You are in the registry. I want you to stand up. The registry. Have you so few? Register. We have only 8 people for registry here.
Stand up.
I want to make an observation. So registry is not here. Where are you? Up there. Even up and down, you are still few. There was a story of an Igbo man who was sick, and the children came to meet him in the hospital. The wife was there, and 4 of the children. He now said, Emeka, you are here. Chukwudi, you are here. This and that. And the man was almost like, who come the job? The man come out. Who come? The man was still thinking of the shop. Somebody should be in the job. You know? Now, I'm surprised that registry, we can't even count 20, 25 people here. Okay? Please have your seat. Have your seat. So the rest of you sitting down, are you from Boston? Yeah. Okay, Boston, let me see you standing up. Boston. 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 Okay, sit down. Which other departments?
That's good.
Library, audit, estate, God bless you. But my general observation is that many people are in this meeting because the two speakers, they have not actually dealt on the issue of the other side. There are things that are not offenses, that are also not good. That is conduct. Dr. Igodela, can you please stand up? Dr. Igodela is one of the few friends I have in university. We met in 2012 in Los Angeles. Now, if you are an admin officer, and you are not dressed the way Dr. Igodela is dressed this morning, then you are creating a bad image for the registry. Now, are you listening to me? Please come, sir. I see many people in this room wearing only shirt and trousers. I'm wondering whether they are in the registry or if I chief accountant and you are not dressed like this. When the contractor is coming from outside, he will bypass you, looking for officers of the university. He will assume you can't be one of the important people in this university. But if you meet him like this, you know that you can please wear the Department of Electrical Engineering. You know that this must be an important person. Please come and sit down. Go and sit down, sir. Now, some of you here, you are dressed in such a way that it's difficult to differentiate you from students. Are you listening to me? If there is a riot and policemen are catching people, some of you will be put into lorries. Because they naturally will assume that you are likely to be students. And an officer must present himself as an officer. That's the observation I have. So I want to believe some people are in the registry, they deliberately did not stand up. Actually, I'm expecting that in this registry will not be less than 50 or 70 human beings. So the way you present yourself is the way people will address you. When I was registered, nobody enters my office. I said, no, you could not enter my office if you are not in suit. AR, AO, SAR, even my character officer, they wear suit. Suit is not that expensive. Any of you can afford it. In the public service, we are almost the best paid in the public, apart from people in the paramilitary. Are you listening to it? You can be making noise. You don't need more than 2 of it and about 3 or 4 chats. The Lord will help you. What is the purpose of discipline? There are 3 objectives of the university. The 3 objectives of university is to do knowledge creation through research, knowledge dissemination through teaching, knowledge application through community service. Now, why we need discipline is for the university to be able to concentrate on achieving this. If we don't have disciplined staff, we cannot achieve all of these 3. Research will be impossible, teaching will be impossible. There is a particular terminology that people use, they say support staff. The truth of the matter is that we are supporting these three objectives. No matter what you are doing in the university, if you are not contributing to these three, you are not supposed to be here. Even if you are director of work, is to make sure research goes on. If there is electricity, then research will go on easily. Teaching will be go on. Director of service, why are you here? When people are sick, they cannot conduct research. So you are there to make sure that they are well. So the reason why that should be disciplined so that this will go on. All the things the Reverend mentioned, if they exist, they will hinder all of these three objectives. Now I want to say that university is a natural habitat for a discipline. The Reverend did not interrogate why is it that all these things happen here. It's a natural habitat of a discipline. For example, we normally talk of academic freedom. Academic freedom is that a teacher has freedom. He can wake up in the morning and say, I want to research into sexual activities in Benin City. It's allowed. The other day, he can say, I want to research into all the buildings in Benin, all the ancient buildings in Benin. The following day, somebody can say, I want to be investigating the source of all the rivers in Edo State. So the freedom to do whatever you want to do. In the process of prosecuting that freedom, people go into excesses. The other thing is university autonomy, that we are independent, autonomous. Now we can appoint our own vice chancellor, we can appoint our own registrar. This autonomy, we carry it a little too far. The third is unionization. We did not come. It was only in 1978 that the structure of training, that one we started having union in the university. And we didn't have militant unionism until 1991-92 agreement. Made shift active from the university to my union. My brother Chief Omar Segbene were together in Sanu, one of the founders. I was the coordinator of Sanu Southwest for a long time, and he used to give us problems. When that agreement 1992 came, they now say HOTs were no longer to be appointed by vice chancellor; they had to be elected. Deans are to be elected. The meaning of that is that you have to put somebody that you can control. So it's no longer somebody who is the most effective in the faculties, who can discipline people. These days, that's why it's difficult for them now to report, because now we elected you there, we put you there. So if you don't agree with us, next time we will remove you. You will now see them setting aside a professor of 15, 20 years and picking a professor of 2, 3 years and saying, we want. These are the reasons why we have all the discipline that we have today in the university. Dimensions of dictionary issue in the university, fraud, courtesy, as a lot of this he mentioned, except that I didn't talk of plagiarism. I want to show you some, can you see these pictures? Right, this manifestation of examination malpractice. This is Professor Dibro Jerry, the former JAMB registrar. People writing the exam, they have plastered answers inside these shoes. This is what they call microchip. Can you see this? What of this? This is a cooperative examination. Everybody helping everybody. But let me show you this. What is this? What is this? What is this? It's not tattoo, right? What is it? Okay, this is tattoo on the laps of a woman. If you look very carefully, you can see there are 2 legs, and the succulence of the leg to tell you that they belong to a woman. A man's leg, if it's this succulent, the man will be very lazy. Now, and if an invigilator is invigilating this area, this part of a woman, the invigilator is going too far. This other woman is the same thing, but it's different. The tattoo is not on the leg, it's in the paper. The paper is now sellotape on the lap. So, you know, the invigilator cannot actually invigilate up to this point. Are you okay? Are you still following me? Now, I'm not sure if this ever happened when I was in the university, but this is the situation today. This is the situation today. If you don't see that, this is the examination going on. The answers are being written out from mobile set. Somebody is sending the answer from somewhere, and these people have to copy from the set. You are the day of the. This is an examination. This woman has to follow the daughter there. That we go do them together. So this is the person writing the exam. This is the mother helping. This is you are familiar with this student killed on campus. Can you? What is this? What is happening here? Are you with me at all? Okay, what is this? On the left, you can see it. It's a case of rape. You can see a woman is being pinned down there. What is this? This is a gang of armed robbers. You have seen the papers over and over that students of this university and that university, they were caught in armed robbery. Now, this is the latest, online fraud. Online fraud. A student at my university, when I was registered, he was in 200 level business admin. He colluded with some individuals in Covenant University. They hacked into the system of Covenant University. They got the telephone numbers of all the parents in Covenant University. And I happened to have a son there at that time. He now sent a text message to every parent that you need to, the deadline for the payment of John Bunsen examination is Friday next. You get the date. If your son has not paid the sum of $6,000, please pay immediately. He gave the account number. Are you listening to me? So, a principal has already said that my university received the text message. He rushed to the bank and paid the money. He now called me and said, okay, have you paid for your son? He called me and I said, which one? Text message. I read the text message, but I suspected that it's a scam. The number one, the university never sent text message to us before. I said, let us check. I now called the registrar of Covenant University. Now, which exam is this John Bunsen? I know of NAPTEP, I know WAEC, I know NECO, I know 100 level, 200. I've never had this before. The answer, there's nothing like that. They started investigating. The account was opened inside my own campus. The boy was in 200 level. By that time, about 4.5 million had entered that account. And the boy was just 17 years old. Many parents paid into that account. And many staff now in university, they are involved in all of this. Because a staff in that university is a Christian university colluded and released some ICT information, and every parent, the boy had their phone number. Typical sanction in the university. These are the sanctions. Somebody said that when somebody is gone, we don't do anything. These are the various ways by which you can be warned, you can get serious reprimand, your increment can be withheld, it can be deferred, promotion can be delayed, you can be precluded from occupying certain positions. They can say from now, you should not be posted into any sensitive area of the registry or any area where students, they will have interaction with students or where money will be involved. So if somebody is an accountant, they say they should post it to area where financial issue will not happen. Then maybe even if you go to start school, there will be money there. Is it where again, maybe teaching and research farm? Or there will still be money because it's still financial records. Or maybe in the boss there is final account where everything would have ended. That's where the man would be. Demotion. Advice to resign or retire, compulsory retirement, termination, dismissal. What are the instruments that we use in processing disciplinary actions? The number one instrument is the law of the university, Wisdom Act. And the Act now has amendment here and there up to 2012. Statutes. Regulation governing conditions of service. The director has just told us that there is a new amendment now, a review one which will come out any moment. But beyond that, there are government circulars. All of these are together we use to process disciplinary matters. What is the due process of disciplinary action? I'm asking my brother's question, who said that what happens when people now are apprehended and we don't do anything? If you want to do something about somebody who came late against regulation, what do we do? Or somebody who doesn't come to work regularly, comes maybe every Wednesday. Or somebody who gives out, who discloses official information without authorization. This is the due process. When the case occurs, we have to issue a query. Query is not a punishment. But many of us who are head of the department, we are afraid of giving people query, and that is fundamental problem. Some of you complaining here and you have never issued query in your life. You just say, okay, don't do that again. The university is not aware. Don't do that again. The university is not aware. And you have done that 7 times. You are the only one who is aware that this staff is not good for Uniben. You issue a query. Query is just asking questions. We observe that you didn't come to work on Monday and Tuesday. This is against the regulation of the university. Can you explain? You give time, not within 24 hours, why disciplinary action should not be taken against you for violating the regulation of the University of Benin? All the information are there. I've told you what you have done. I've told you what you should do. And I have not told you that you are wrong. I'm only asking you a question. If you know why you are correct, tell me. Some of you, when you receive that letter, what do? You will come to the man and say, you know, for this event, the thing what I will do. Or some of you will say that everybody knows that everybody doesn't come to work in this office. So am I the only one who has not been coming to office? That does not. The moment that you receive the query, you are the only one who has received query. Then, when the query is answered, the department, you now package the two together. You send a report to the registrar's office. 1 week, you may not hear anything. 3 weeks, it will appear as if nothing will happen. 1 day, one letter will come. You will find out they are self-investigating to find out whether that thing is true or not. That's investigative part. If you now find out there is no case, then you receive a letter that where you have been discharged and acquitted. It stops there. If you have a case, that's what we call prima facie case. Then your matter will go to disciplinary committee. You are supposed to be given fair hearing. They should invite you so that you speak your own. That's fair hearing. Then what happens? That report will go to council. I don't know the procedure in Uniben, whether it will go through ARP to council. Council will pronounce sanction. If it were indifferent, it will go through ARP. If it's unilateral, it will go to Senate. Sanction will be implemented by registrar. Now, when they now say your appointment should be terminated, you have the right to appeal. You can say, no, I no agree. You appeal to council. Council can listen to you and say university is wrong and return you. Council can say, okay, this man should not go. He should just be giving strong warning. God helping you the way you manage it. This is the procedure. But now, what are the challenges? Why is it that we have all these people that the Reverend mentioned? Where are they still around? That is the challenge that we have. One thing that I want to say that I didn't put here is that the problem of wrong employment. One challenge, the man said some of people have blank photocopy. That means we shouldn't have employed them. Elisade University in the Naram of Ondo State, there are only 16 administrative officers, 16 including the registrar, 16 people. There are universities in Nigeria where there are only 21 people in the registry. And when you look at ranking, go to Governor University, you will not see up to 30 administrative officers. And this year, Governor University is number 4 in Nigeria. In Calabar, there are 324 administrative officers. I won't tell you your own number. 324 administrative officers. Doing what 16 people, you can say it's bigger university. Are you listening to me now? The truth of the matter is that wrong employment. Somebody, you teaching in a primary school, then they bring you here, they employ you, still as a registrar. If you are that category, you have to brush yourself up. You know that they are giving you something that is bigger than you. All you need to do quickly is to, I know sabi this thing, you go to a doctor, you go there, and they are giving you a but I don't know what to do. You have to retool yourself quickly. This ICT, you know, the only computer you know is your phone. The world has moved beyond that. They can't put you in council, they can't put you in staff. Everywhere they put you, people are rejecting you, and you are still here. They make you secretary of a committee, every professor is rejecting you. That means you ought not to have been appointed in the first instance. That is problem number one. Beyond that, these are the other problems. I want to take them one by one. I've identified about 11 problems, but because of my time, let me take them one by one. The first problem is failure to give fair. Can you say that? We don't give people fair hearing in the university. Here you are deciding. Anything you do, don't tell me that everybody is aware that he stole the laptop. Everybody is aware. When the man go to court, they will not go to court. Only the registrar will go to court. All of you here will not go there and say it is true that I saw him stealing the laptop. Principles of fair hearing is that a person alleged must be told the allegation against him. He must know the evidence given in support of his allegation. He must have opportunity to correct and contradict such evidence. The panel of investigation must not receive evidence behind his back. If a student said a lecturer collected money for him, now don't, when you interview them differently at different times, a third time you bring them together. Okay, at our last meeting you said this lecturer collected 20,000. Lecturer, this girl said you collected 20,000. Can you repeat before this committee want to send last week? We have already recorded that you said so. The lady has to repeat in the presence of the lecturer. Lecturer, what is your response to what this girl has said? That is what we call fair hearing. If you interview them separately, you have forfeited the case. Lawyer will get the information and that's what they will use against us in court. The person alleged must be given a reasonable time to do it. You can't give somebody, you can't set up a panel and call somebody at 11 a.m. and say, well, we are in the panel now. Can you please come, Mr. So and so? And when he comes, now say there is a case against you. You have not given him time. You should give him the sufficient time to prepare his defense. And if possible, to use a lawyer. I want my case number one happened in University of Maiduguri in 1986. 76 students were involved in a riot. Out of about studentship of over 10,000, only about 100 participated in the riot. They went to Vice Chancellor's house, Registrar's house, Deputy Vice Chancellor's house. They burnt one of the houses, they burnt a car, they took food stuff from the houses, they ate, they vandalized many things. What happened? Ganifa knew was the lawyer of the students. When they got to court, they never gave any query to any of the students. They just gave a general circular that the foreign students will come to the Senate chamber and so a day. When they got there, they started discussing. In court, they pleaded lack of fair hearing. This is the ruling. Mere invitation of Gaba and his colleagues to the panel of investigation along with over 70 other students does not amount to fair hearing. They ought to have been told what they did and provided with alleged evidence against them and let the evidence be given in their presence. Court held that the university held under them. This is one reason why all the students were returned to the university and Gaba graduated as a lawyer. I don't know whether it's in Senate now, nobody knows. I'm sure you know one person now who's causing trouble there. Well, let me save time. Another one happened at the University of Ibadan. Let me save time. The ruling on that is that knowledge of the administrator being investigated was not a substitute for knowledge of what the person stands for. If you come into a meeting and say one laptop is stolen in the register office, so that if I'm in your committee does not mean that I have been told. You have to tell me by giving me a written letter. And you have to put my name on that letter. You have to tell me that it was alleged you are the one who took the laptop. So, Justice Ayola said a staff was combining studentship in the University of Ibadan. He was a research fellow and a student in the College of Medicine. They now set up a fact-finding. They didn't set up a panel. They now expelled her as a student and as a, they went to court. He was returned to the University of Ibadan. Error of trying criminal cases. These are a major problem. Rape is a criminal case. Fraud is a criminal offense. Forgery, criminal, murder, theft, even courtesy. What we call examination malpractice, there is a decree 33 of 1999, which has criminalized examination malpractice. We use this to find the university. When you send anybody away because he has committed, you are just a comedian. Because if he goes to court, he's coming back to this university because you don't have power to try a criminal offense. What you should tell that person is examination misconduct. Is that okay? Just change the word. But if you say examination practice, there is no law about misconduct. But there is a law about malpractice. That particular point affected Gaba because they said they committed acid. They burnt out a house. Ganifa even proved that if they burnt a house, then the University of Maiduguri had no power to try anybody who has burnt a house. They should have called the police. They should have taken them to court. As a result, Gaba was returned to UNIMED. Number 3, irregular membership of panel. You must not include anybody who is interested in a case on your panel. If somebody has offended and is from Sabon Gidara, don't use any member of staff who is also from Sabon Gidara. If the man is straightforward, they will punish him at home. If it's not straightforward, the university say he's bad because it's his brother. Don't use him at all. Is that okay? If somebody is from the Department of Economics, don't put anybody in the Department of Economics on the panel because there will be divided loyalty. This person is my colleague. Now, anybody who is going to participate in the higher committees, don't use him in the preliminary committee. For example, in the preliminary, you know somebody is a dean, is a member of council. Don't put him on the panel because at the end of the day, this matter will get to council. It will now mean that person is participating twice. The offender will allege that that person is biased. If council ratifies the decision of the judge, the man has even told me before. He has told me he will send out of the university. I'm not surprised at the decision of the council because Professor S told me earlier. So they use different people at different stages. Are you following me? Now, in the case of University of Maiduguri, the deputy vice chancellor whose house was burnt was by their regulation, he was the chairman of the investigative panel. So the Ganifa just said, what do you expect this man to say? They burnt his house. Yeah, he's the chairman. So the man is biased. And Supreme Court accepted that there is no way somebody whose house is burnt, the man burned the house is before you. There's no, that man cannot get justice. They said the student did not get justice. You cannot be a judge in your own case. Underuse and abuse of power of vice chancellor. Something happened in this university several years ago where the vice chancellor underused his power. As registrar, as deputy registrar, don't underuse the power the law has given to you. Don't underuse it. Many of our colleagues do that. Let me share the case with you. There was a president of student union in this university called Olori Magegi. He was involved in a student riot and they set up a panel and recommended it to be expelled. The law of this university said the discipline of students is in the power of the vice chancellor. The only person who can this is the vice chancellor. All he needs to do is to give fair hearing. If the vice chancellor is driving into campus and the student is trying to embarrass somebody and say, come join me in my office, and he can give him fair hearing. I saw you now slapping somebody. Is it true? If he can give fair hearing and that day he direct that he should be expelled, he already expelled. But VC does not have the time. That's why we said panel. The vice chancellor UNIBED now referred the committee report to council. Council now agreed that Olori Magege should be expelled. Olori Magege went to court. You remember of a whiskey? There was one time chairman Fedek was lucky. This was his decision in the court of Benin. That if the law reserves the exercise of a power to a body and another body is made to exercise it, that exercise is not allowed. If the law says the vice chancellor should do something, if the VC make the council to do it, what has been done is what? null and void. That student was returned to this university and he graduated. Overuse of power. In 1986, Ango Abdullahi professor, the students of APU, they were celebrating the 10th anniversary of Alimosgo, and the regulation in APU is that male students must never enter female hostel. The president of the student union, the PRO and secretary, in celebration, they entered the female hostel. All we are saying, for about 10-15 minutes, they came out. They took them to panel, and the panel recommended they should be suspended for 1 semester each. The VC changed it and said the president of the student union to be expelled because it was a powerful one. The other people to be rusticated for 1 year. The following day, students mobilized in ABU and big riots started. The VC called police. Before 11 a.m., 5 students have been killed. Before 4 p.m., riot has started in Benin here, in Ife, in Lagos, in Ibadan, and in Usuka. And all the 5 universities have to be closed down because the vice chancellor overused that power. It's like killing an ant with hammer, a sledgehammer. What is the students enter female hostel and come out, which happens everywhere. So suspension would have been enough. They would have been begging the vice chancellor. Not overuse your power. The removal of staff have been asked to stop. The removal of staff on the order of government. Professor Laniyan versus University of Lagos. Government cannot direct the university to remove a professor or to sack a principal and registrar. There is nowhere in the law where government can send any directive like that. In UNILAG, it has been proved on 2 or 3 occasions. The decision is that any appointment with statutory favour, if you are temporary staff, you don't have statutory favour. But when you are confirmed, it is not easy. It is easy to employ you, it is not easy to send you away. You understand it now? Statutory favour. Sending you away must follow the due process that I mentioned earlier. Query, investigative panel, all of that will take about 1 year. So you will begin to pack your load little by little. But it cannot be immediate. Removal of police officers. In the case of Daba versus University of Maiduguri, the court decided that the visitor is a creator of statute and cannot have more power than those stated in the statute. That the visitor is a visitor in the law. He can appoint council, he can dissolve council, but he cannot remove vice chancellor. In the case of Adadevo, the minister said Adadevo vice chancellor should proceed on leave. The court said President Shehu Shagari cannot direct vice chancellor of UNILAG to go on leave. If I want to go on leave, it is me that say I'm going on leave. They return the man. But most people that are removed in Nigeria, they don't go to court. That's why it lose normal. Let me not boil you with this. Well, esprit de corps. When you pick some people now these days, why discipline is difficult in Nigeria university, people want to help their friends. Are you okay? That's why it's always difficult to even punish academic staff unless it is a scandalous case. If it's a minor something, it will be very difficult because you need to use academic staff and people begin to prioritize them. So this aspect they call staff on panel tend to cover colleagues. Students are scared to report staff who harass or cheat them. There is bias by panelists and even SCPs are destroyed. Staff turn down requests to serve. Professors who are objective, who are strong, who are versatile, they turn down requests to serve on such parties. Say, well, I can't serve. Because the man is aware that this is a very bad case, this man has to go. But rather than help the university, they turn down. That's the case of Bangoye versus University of Ilorin. Also, there are inadequate regulation. Many universities are using laws made 10 years ago. Thank God that you have reviewed your own now. And I can tell you, the procedure of review is so long that the university may not do another review in the next 10 years. And between now and the 10 years, there are new development or new offenses. The word wrongs. If you measure wrongs in 1970, it had no meaning. But now you know the meaning of somebody is doing wrongs. And you know it. You know it now. Laws are difficult to review. So when these regulations are obsolete, it will create problem. Now, when you use police to solve any problem, you create problem for the university. When you ask police to come and arrest somebody, they lock him up for 2 days, they will teach him what to say, they will help you get the relation to bring money. The moment he leaves the police station, all the evidences will be destroyed. When you now go to court, the IPO will not show up. They will say they are transferring from Benin to Onitsha. The next time the man is sick, before you know it, that is how the matter will die. So use your rules and regulations. Administrative problem, that's what affects you and me with delay. Meetings are held on forever. Partners will not finish their assignment in 3, 5, 6 months, and before it gets to council, it takes a long time. So I'm rounding up now. Wrong assumption that certain matters are not disciplinary. At times we want to use normal routine administrative to solve some problem. In fact, we want to help some staff. But those staff, normally they can turn back. It's okay, what you have done is very serious. But can you just let us retire you so that because this matter, if you have to prosecute you, you will be dismissed and you lose your entitlement. The moment you do that, the man will get the letter of retirement, then take you to court. You can't refer to what he has done before. And it has happened. It happened in the advice of River State government. How then can we maintain discipline on campus? We have to publish our rules and regulations. Make our rules clear. Principle of reasonable expectation, make only rules that are easy to obey. Some rules cannot be obeyed. Like in some universities now, they say students do not use telephone. It cannot be obeyed. Don't make rules that cannot be obeyed. Consistency. Things that are similar, let them be treated similarly. There must be equity and fairness. We should also introduce principle of forgiveness. I see situation where somebody will write that when I was to enter the university, somebody helped me to write my English, and he's confessing to us directly. University up to today, we still punish those people. So we must introduce the spirit of forgiveness, because that now forgives, why it has started forgiving, but university has not started. Exemplary conduct by leaders, right of appeal, principle of prevention. I think I should stop there. Thank you.
Thank you for that round of applause. We want to thank Dr. Awosisi for that beautiful lecture. Please, just to assure you that these lectures are very much available for you to consult. They will be put in the university website, and for those of us who have email addresses, they will be put in there in your box. Apart from that, the NIM has plans to make hard copies which will be deposited at various points in the university for you to collect and photocopy and have your own copy. So don't be worried if the lecturer does not deliver to the end. You will also still have it to read. Thank you very much. Now, we will combine two discussion sessions. The two directors are there waiting. They will co-chair the discussion session because we are going to take the third lecture now, so that the director of physical planning, architecture, is Ebonji, and the director of academic planning, Dr. Igodala, A.W. Igodala, will co-chair that section. So I want to invite Dr. Ogunuku, the former registrar of Abeli Awolowo University, Ileife, to handle the topic: university culture, work ethics, and values. Dr. Ogunuku, please.
Good afternoon, or good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great delight for me to be here in Uniben. I want to extend protocols as already established and say universities are places that are the best to work in, to be associated with. Arbiters. I'm sure we are familiar with that. In the public service, go to the civil service, go to the local government, go to companies. You don't have the number of kind of people that have in the university in any of those places. So, being a member of a community at the university is a rare privilege. May I ask for this morning, can we all, as we are sitting, just point a finger at me? Point one finger at me. Everybody, I'm not seeing you. Are you doing so up there? How many goes back to you? No, it's 3. And then one goes to somebody else. If you do it properly, one is to my brother here and the other is to my sister, 3 comes to me. University is a community. Hello? Where everybody is significant for what is meant to do. William Shakespeare, Julius Caesar says, his life was gentle, and the elements so mixed in him that nature might stand up and say to all the world, this is a man. That was about Julius Caesar. Ladies and gentlemen, in the university community, at the end of all of our prize at the end of the year, what do we say? We say, this man, when he comes up and compensates, this man has filled all the conditions and Senate has approved that he is worthy in character and in learning to receive the degree. University is a community where we prize so much in the totality of the person, character and learning. Universities and arbiters should be institutions that lead society and give the needed direction of the ideal in general ambience as it relates to work ethics and values. Arbiters. Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest challenge that we have today is the fact that we have lost our value. Just like the Bible says, we have become like swords that are just thrown on the ground that are being trampled upon. And why? Before, and we are going to see this close shortly, when you mention university, everybody depends to show the light. But what we have today, we are training society in the manner society goes. Just like the venerable said, the kind of misconducts and moral decay that mentioned by the venerable are things that normally should not be found in university, not just in the university. Academics, supporting staff who by themselves must be part of the culture and the acculturation of the university system. A society that brings gentlemen and ladies. And these that they now carry cudgels, cutlasses, and want to cut other people. We are therefore different from society. This is why we want to divert our attention to the need for an academic environment that properly justifies the traditional set-up perspective of the university of the highest standard. Just by definition, what's a university? And I want to quote Canon John Henry Newman of Oxford, and I want you to listen. He says, the university is a place to which a staff school make contributions, in which intellect may safely range and speculate, sure to find its equal in some antagonistic activity and is judged in the tribunal of truth. Everything that we do in the university is seeking for the truth and teaching the truth and inculcating the truth in society. That's what we are meant to do. That's what we are supposed to be doing. And there can be antagonism. Ladies and gentlemen, somebody says university is like a zoo where there are manners of animals. And why? You can argue from morning till evening, but you are not supposed to go to fiscals and you give place to superior argument. But what we have today, we have a situation whereby our university has turned into all manners of things that should not be spoken about. Newman says it's a place where inquiries pushed forward, discoveries verified and perfected, and rightness rendered innocuous. But what are we doing today? We are promoting rashness. You see people now saying, just as he mentioned, unionism is accountable to university culture. Just because society has gotten debate, and people have their rights and they are supposed to be given. University is a place where democracy is properly built and entrenched. Everybody must have his own equal. But when you don't now go to Operation Tato, Operation Finish It All, then render the system comatose. Rashness takes over. University is a place where the professor becomes eloquent and is a missionary and a preacher, displaying the science and in its most complete and most winning form, pouring it forth with the zeal of enthusiasm and lighting up his own law of it in the breast of his hearers. When I was in university, when the professor stands and begins to talk, you listen. And you are carried along because he is professing what he knows. When several lectures are held and a man stands or a woman stands at the podium, he is giving a totality of all that he has done in contributing to knowledge. He is like a preacher on the pew, on the pulpit that is teaching out. It's an authority in what he's doing. That is the university. It's a place which wins the admiration of the young by celebrity. As we sit down here, you can imagine so many names that are mentioned that you know the base of people that are living here. You get to society and say, that is that professor, that is that man, that is that woman, whose names are reading in newspapers, who have been contributing to national discourse, and is going and they are looking at him. And the young man comes in, oh, that is that person, oh, that is that person. Imagine now you see that person now carrying placard. You now see that person sitting down on the floor. In process of protest, can the young man be able to see a connection between what he has heard and what he's saying? We are debasing the values for which universities are known by. He's a light of the world, a minister of the faith, and that man maker of the rising generation. What is culture? The cumulative deposit of knowledge, experience, beliefs, values, attitude, meanings, hierarchies, religion, notions of time, roles, spatial relations, concept of the universe, and material objects and possessions acquired by a group of people in the course of generations through individual and group striving. Ladies and gentlemen, the culture of a society is the aggregate of all that every member of that community does and is known by. If you leave Uniben to go to Nsuka, you find a different culture. If you leave Uniben and go to Ife, you find a different culture. If they came out of Ibadan, there are two different institutions in manners of doing things. What is our manner of doing what we do in Uniben? That is our culture. If you say the aggregate accumulating the part of the ways of life, attitudes and beliefs, values and idiosyncrasies of the organization over a period of time, is the pattern of such collective behaviors and assumptions that are taught to a new organizational members as a way of perceiving and even thinking and feeling. It affects the way the people and groups within an organization interact with each other, with clients and with stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, somebody is walking through the gate of Uniben. There is an attitude that he notices if he's coming for the first time, based upon what he observes, and you find out it becomes a natural thing that you find from office to office in the way we approach. And three things that have been brought out of that. One, how do we relate with our customers? How do we do what we do? In what ways are we doing them? The totality of the ways and manners in which we do what we do is the aggregate of our culture. In essence, organizational culture can be said to be the evidence of the general perception in which an organization is seen by its public and the actual behavior, behavioral pattern, and attitude of its constituents. What are work ethics? Is a set of values based on moral virtues of hard work and diligence. It includes not only how one feels about their job or career or vocation, but also how one does his or her work or his responsibilities. I want to appreciate what the Venerable did in cataloging various ways and analyzing of our attitude to work. It is our work ethics. It involves attitude, behavior, respect, communication, interaction, and how one gets along with other people in the workplace. It involves such characters as honesty and accountability. Essentially, what one does or will do in a particular situation. And what are values? It is the belief people have about what is right or wrong, and what is important in life which control their life. Ladies and gentlemen, why are you here in Uniben? You can say ipso facto, it is to make money to feed myself and feed my family and take care of my life. Everybody that comes to a place of work has that modicum. But beyond that, Uniben also has a desire to bring you on in here to work and assist it to achieve its own objective. Uniben has objective. What's the objective of Uniben? Knowledge generation through research, knowledge inculcation through teaching, and knowledge application through community service. There will be a marriage between your desire and the desire of the university to ensure that you build a culture that will facilitate the actualization of the mandate of the university. What we call university values? Number one, universities are the bastion of intellectualism, have its own ways of life, and that this character to its being. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a postgraduate student presenting his thesis. What are you seeking to find? You are looking for a person who has gone to seek knowledge and is propounding the evidence of what he has found out as contribution to knowledge. And there, someone will go and say, look, mister, how did you arrive at this concept? Remember what somebody else has written in year 2000. He said this is different from what you are propounding. What makes a difference between this? It's not a matter for you to begin to argue. It's for you to be able to show forth the recent text and how you came to the conclusion that you reach. In essence, like it was said, it's not a place for arguments that begin to lead to fighting. It is intellectualism at its best. It has certain modus operandi that guides operation which portrays its character. Knowledge is so committed to research, teaching, and service. It needs a code of behavior that should give it character that is positively outstanding in the eyes of people. Before now, when you say university, people are willing to give in. They know what they are doing. When I was registering in Ife, one of our council members, in the process of everything, said, your politics in this place is further than PDP. Which means, ordinarily, the way we now began to do our things is what that is worse than what you find in political parties. How do we come down to this extent? Let's just look at Nigeria and value issues. Government has set up all manners of agencies now to begin to deal with issue of values. Code of Conduct Bureau, Service ITPC, FCC. They keep running after individuals because they are not being done normally or properly. And then to begin to bring people. You know, the matter got to a head 2016. How? When we now found judges who are now being arraigned before fellow judges. I don't know, just as I just looked at this, who is the court that's going to pronounce against a judge? Just as Dr. Awushi has said, if you are related by profession, you don't go and appear before. Now it's a judge to a judge. What do you expect to find? The Judicial Council last week said all these cases about judges should end because they have not been able to provide evidences. If those who are supposed to be administering our law are guilty in administration and in their modes of life, where is justice and where do we find justice? That is about the judiciary. How about the university, the fountain of knowledge? When we are told knowledge into the dustbin. Issue of ethics and values in university governance is of essence in the world of global competitiveness, where probity and accountability is germane. Let's look at the history very briefly, so we can properly pigeonhole what we are looking at. Number one, when the university started, it was a community of scholars and students. I was privileged to be in Oxford 2015 and 2016. And there you could see the arrangement of the hall, the masters and the students in the old tradition. The essence is about seeking knowledge. And the foundation was so that students who want to research a particular thing, gather themselves together, they look for the best person they can find and bring it to come and teach them. That's an institution that was started by students. You have another set that was started by scholars. And they say they now invite students from various places come and learn on the house. What we have today is a combination of both. We have the students, we have the scholars, and they are universal communities, universities, where representatives of various languages and climes and cultures come together. As I drove through Uniben yesterday evening, I said I could see the ambience of the university in its traditional form. However, I saw the lawns were not manicured. Bushes were rising in various places. Go to any of these universities abroad, you still see that these things are not as we find here. And there are people who have been employed to do it. The problem is the fact we are joining society in a manner of attitude to work which should be absent in a university system. You can take that history. Ultimately, we have what we now have as municipal universities, just as we have Uniben, we have Ife, we have Ibadan, and so on. All of us took our modicum from the universities in Britain. The demographics is presented. I don't need to go into that. University administration, management of the affairs of university administration is the of its resources, money and materials for the attainment of stipulated objectives of knowledge generation through research and teaching and community service. That is the engagement of the university. The question is, how well are we doing it? University administration structure is particularly put to be able to allow it to be able to perform its functions and discipline. Where we are going, ladies and gentlemen, is this. Are we still in our right perspectives in doing things in the true traditional way? A university is not supposed to be a place where brigandage is seen, but rather a place where you discuss, you come together and articulate your views, and superior argument will yield place and others will fall flat. But today, what we have, just as been said, whatever you have in society, you have present in the university system. And that for the position of Vice Chancellor Consult. When I was registered in Ife, I was driving and I saw a professor who was carrying sacrifice, nude, broad daylight, because he wants to be Vice Chancellor. How is it different from a politician who wants to be a local government chairman? You see, somebody wants to be something. What does he do? He goes to hide under the union. Favor me. Always, whoever rides the back of the tiger ends up in the belly of the tiger. And these are things that are anathema to the pursuits of the university environment as an institution. The emerging administrative structure that are coming up, what we have today, to be able to put things on, there are changes coming on. And what are these changes? Traditionally, what we had was Vice Chancellor, Registrar, and that was all. Over time, other principal officers were introduced. Now we have Deputy Vice Chancellor. The Uniben has Deputy Vice Chancellor. In many institutions abroad, we are now having Deputy Vice Chancellor for different schedules. And that, for us as administrators, is meant to begin to put us on the wake-up call. The implication, you either do what you are doing right, or somebody is going to do it for you. The moment you lose your value, then your value is lost completely. What is the basis for maintaining our culture and ethics and values, our laws and our statutes? Whatever the proprietorship of university institutions, we are committed to the ideals of generation, of knowledge generation, impartation, and application. And the monitor of the vision of university naturally bequeath on them basic non-negotiable standards of operation that make them fulfill their mandates. As has been said, everyone that has been appointed has a role to play in order to ensure the actualization of the university mandate. You are a cleaner in an office. There's a culture of excellence that university stands for. You are there at 7:30, clean your office before people come in. But what do we have? You have people coming and sauntering in at 8:30. By which time the owner of the office is already sitting down. And he says, "Can I sleep in the office?" It's antithetical to what we know university to be meant for. You are an admin officer, and you are put in charge of a schedule, and anything that comes onto you never goes out. You sit down on it as a big demon, the man in charge. Nothing passes through you because you will show yourself as very important. Or you have students, go and queue up there. And you revel in the fact that about 1,000 students have been before you, the almighty admin officer. In this age of technology, I say you are good as meant for the museum. The only essence of what we are talking about is, by the act that established university, it shall be the general function of the university to encourage the advancement of learning throughout Nigeria. That's University of Ibadan, from where all of us came from. Provide such facilities for their suite of learning and their suite of liberal education, and to make those facilities available or proper thanks to such persons. What is that law saying? What is university supposed to be doing? Advanced knowledge. Who is supposed to do it? He said there will be suites of learning, buildings. There will be somebody that will need to maintain those buildings, engineers. There are people that are going to clean those buildings, cleaners. There are architects that are going to design it. There are people that are going to begin to organize the processes. Everybody has a place in what that is stipulated to make those facilities available on proper terms based upon procedures, rules, and regulations that guide our procedure to ensure that things are done properly. It is when these things are done properly that I can say somebody has been produced worthy in character and in learning. I'd like to give an example here. Palm kernel is very common in this area. Thank God for NIFO. Imagine that a farmer has a plantation of palm trees and harvested his palm kernel and sends it on to the mill to produce oil. And the palm kernel that we produce are rotting. Hello? What kind of palm oil will come out of the rotting palm kernel? Now, how does it come to that? Somebody's negligence. How? The lecturer was supposed to teach for 17 weeks, taught only for 10 weeks. The administrative officer was supposed to assist in organizing the faculty was not present to take his minutes at meetings. I used to have a PAR that says he's suffering from lumbago, and the minutes of faculty board will not be ready in 10 weeks. I became so much a powerful man that the faculty now decided to jettison the PAR and appoint one of the academic staff to begin to take records of minutes of board of studies. Ladies and gentlemen, is that admin officer worthy of his position? He should be sent back. And that goes for every one of us. Just like that palm kernel, the farmer that was negligent will end up producing inappropriate palm oil. In the same way, a university that has not put all of the processes that are required will end up producing a graduate that is not worthy of the market. One of the dominant challenges that we have in Nigeria today is that we say there's a disconnect between our graduates and board of work. How does that happen? Because the little bits of procedures have been abridged. I pray God will help us. And there are people who have been considered to give authority and ensure things are done. There shall be a chancellor, a pro-chancellor and a council, a vice-chancellor and a body called congregation and a body called convocation. And the persons holding offices called by the first schedule to this act are not mentioned in foregoing provisions. These are statutory provisions of the law, and they are significant. There shall be a chancellor who is the ceremonial head of the institution. A father figure, in case there is any problem, you can run to resolve the problems. I'd like to ask you, when did you go to your chancellor? Now there shall be a pro-chancellor who shall be the chairman of council, appointed by the federal government, the proprietor. He sits over council and procedures, everything about finances and property of the university are debated in the council. So everything about our promotion, about our staff and council statutory remits. Now you have a challenge of promotion. I will now go to be the chairman of your local government. I have not been promoted. Please intervene on my behalf. you have gone out of the institutionalized procedure to seek help. Something happened. You read Banjo's book in the saddle. He said a professor went to report the vice chancellor of Ibadan to Obasanjo when he was head of state, 1970s. He said, I be denied a chair. In the of University of Ibadan, you cannot get a chair for this man. Obasanjo didn't know what a chair means. And somebody went to permit my word and indicate to report an academic community. Then Obasanjo wrote a letter to the vice chancellor. Please give this man a chair. How could you have somebody like this who will not have a chair to sit on? But is there no procedure for sitting on a chair? To become a professor, you must have published minimum number of articles in various journals, nationally and internationally. But what are we having today? We are having Nigerian professors, not professors in Nigeria. Nigerian professors are those that are cooked. Anything goes. Go and search. And they will not find any article that is referring to them. And here they are professors. Some time ago, I was just searching through, and I did study. I won't mention which university. Even the master of that university, they found out that 4 of his people were plagiarized. And go to sit over here and peace and appoint professors. That is what we have turned this community into. The second schedule of the act also said there will be teachers, persons holding such appointments at the university, and other persons whose names are registered. Let it never be said that you have no relevance. You are relevant for what you are doing. They also add an anecdote to that. The moment you fail to discharge your responsibility, your need is also forgotten. I can tell you, the staff have been on strike till October 6. But they say they are not on strike, they say they are protesting. They are not being at work. From October 6 up until early June, they are now asking for salaries from October to June to be paid. Now, section started in January. They brought students in. They were registered. My colleagues in Sanu and Jack, whatever they are called, what did they do? They hacked into the computer center and made sure that the password was not made available. So that students cannot register. University went ahead and contracted it out to somebody else. They produced a new password and students registered. Where is the need for those technicians in computer center? Students registered. Now matriculation came, they matriculated. Lectures came, they lectured. Convocation came, they convocated. And my colleagues said they were still on strike. They went to hook the power line. University went ahead and got the contractor to begin to maintain the power line. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are not careful, those of us who are not teaching, we are going to lose our jobs. Enough of brigandage. University academic community, where we do all that we need to do properly according to the laws. In an era of value diversity, competition for relevance and reputation, greater public accountability, and social transformation, there is need for a change in paradigm towards emphasizing effective and efficient service delivery through the utilization of management techniques which have worked well in private sector where competition is of essence. I'd like to ask you, what position should University of Benin on the president of ranking? It is the cumulative effort of every one of us that makes us to be ranked. What attitude are we playing to this? I think I feel that the general good reputation. Emotion is the primary driver of reputation. And what we are talking about ethics is about reputation of the institution. And when your name comes up on the web to say that University of Benin is the best university in Nigeria, you have an acclaim. Are you not proud? Certainly you are proud. You are the best university in Nigeria. If the reverse is the case, what do? You bury your head in shame. And then it's not just the vice chancellor, all of us put together. So it's an emotional issue. It's a feeling of excitement and engagement that makes customers drive out of their way to buy our products. If you are reckoned as one of the best universities in Africa, can you imagine people who are going to come from various parts of the world to study in Uniben? But what you have today, hardly can you find anybody outside this environment who are now staff and students in Uniben, and that goes across all Nigerian universities, where people are supposed to come from across the globe and study. When I was a student, I was telling my colleague yesterday, in my class, I could see people from outside the country. As a student in the University of Ibadan, lecturers came from Uganda, from Kenya, from Britain, from America. Where are they today? Reputation. Reputation makes us feel comfortable with people and things. It attracts and they are sure that it's power to put faith and often our hard-earned cash into supporting the person. You will not struggle too much to attract people if your reputation to your customers are very well and noble. A couple of years of extra in Ife, we were able to secure students from Lesotho, 20 of them to come and study medicine in Ife. When our students in medicine were paying 16,000 naira, the Lesothians who we brought were paying $1,000. And then there was strike. 6 months, workers were on strike, and all the Lesotho students went back. Save 2. Loss in reputation, loss in money. For the individual, take note, our behavioral patterns is very important. Can we say that behavioral patterns? How we behave, our manner of engagement, the way we carry ourselves, the way we communicate, and the image perception, all these are very significant. My brother was saying what I would have said earlier. I would have asked all of us to start to stand up. How many of us are properly dressed? It is the way you are saying that you are counted. You lose respect if you are not properly dressed. Not just for men, even for women. Very significant. What are your ethical behaviors? They are listed. Thank God we mentioned so many of them to us tonight. Earlier today. Lateness to work as it is not allowed to work. Moonlighting. Somebody is working in 4 places at the same time. Here is a lecturer. There is an adjunct. There is an associate. That place is something that is on contract. How does he want to do his work? Or you are selling clothes, or you are selling materials, or you are selling nuts inside of the office from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Where is your loyalty? I want to bring apathy in every sphere of the Nigerian national life. Same workers for the work he or she is paid for. Everyone should be accountable, and that's why the law of discipline comes up. We must be accountable for what we do. Our performance management must be given credence to. Apart from when it comes to rating it, should be done based upon what we are supposed to do, based upon your schedule of duty. And honest self and open performance management system is sine qua non to the achievement of the university's objectives. Let me just go on to the issue of dealing with customers. Managers who preserve empires and attempt to hide mistakes. Companies who intentionally ship substandard products in order to meet deadlines. Employees who believe it is not my problem. Administrative officers who compromise due process in order to achieve personal agenda in staff or student recruitment are all starting to run their organization aground and out of competition. If you are here this morning and you have I don't care to your work, I will pray that God will send you to the museum. But there's a museum in Benin here. You are not fit for the system. You have made yourself an emperor. Nobody can approach you. Even your guy cannot talk to you. You threaten. Or you go and report it to a higher authority. It is enough that we stop all of these things. We need to show commitment. We need to communicate effectively. Those who are in charge of control, there will be cooperation of all, and let our culture be that of excellence that everybody is proud of. Necessity of strengthening the system. The issue of relevance of our curricula and output to the world of work remains a daunting challenge. I mentioned that earlier. Instability in our calendars, despite the notable departure from this norm by private universities, still remain a battle to be won. Quite unfortunately, the apparent irrelevance to public debate and policy formulation which a university is actually known for still looks like what we have. If I were to ask us today, Uniben, how many SUVs do we have in Uniben? Hello? How many SUVs? Uncountable. What is happening? Sir, Prof, when you were a student, what was the university like? You are smiling. Well, so you now won the Nobel laureate. Who is the Nobel? Who won the Nobel Prize? He was riding a Volkswagen. It's not the kind of car that you ride that makes you. It's just a reflection of the fact that we have now copied society. Everything we are living for now is lucre, money. If you don't get money, let me go to robbing. Universities are meant to be a place for knowledge, not aggrandizement. If you want aggrandizement, go to the local government. Enough is enough. What the way forward? There is need for a structural orientation that will make the management structure to be dynamic enough to respond to these changes that we are talking about. Senate as the traditional quality assurance body with the highest level of competent professionals in many narrow bodies of knowledge should work outside primordial interest to advance generation and advancement of knowledge. Sometimes ago, I sat as registrar and we were in Senate meeting, and I looked at how Senate was going on. I told Vice, I said, sir, if any of the newspapers sometimes to Senate, they have enough for headlines. The way Senate was conducted, the way senators were talking, and that's the highest decision-making body for academics. All members, professors, the highest body for regulating the system academically. Quality that maintains quality assurance is like throwing pieces to the dogs. And then the opportunity. There has to be a change right on that top. Fundraising strategies need to be exacerbated, and given the apparent majority of the members of staff of universities in Nigeria and the reality of true university culture, I'm rounding up, sir. Thank you. Universities also need to emphasize strategic planning as a deliberate initiative to drive change within the institution. What future do we desire? A future that our services are properly professionalized, where efficiency and event community servicing is maintained, new paradigm of engagement with the stakeholders. Anybody that comes to your table is very important. You must respect him. You must present yourself noble and give that person the kind of nobility that deserves. Effect mentoring system for both academia and professional is very essential. And very many of us are deputy registrars. Please can you lift up your hands? Deputy registrars. A lot is depending on you to raise a new crop of administrators who know their onions. You can't depend upon the registrar to do it. It is you. I like to ask you, are you producing yourself or reproducing yourself? That can only be done when you are properly mentor those who are coming after you, and let them and show them the way, show them the light, let them walk, not in darkness. Very, very significant. Let me just quote the word of President Summers, former president of Harvard, talking about Harvard University. He says progress at Harvard takes many, many different forms. And something for which we can all be part. We can all. And also we can all. We can all be part. You know there is another aspect that is important in understanding an institution like this. He was talking about Harvard University. It is, and I think, very much related to perhaps a product of our success in being both a bastion of tradition and a fount of novelty. Contracts maintained, yet they are very noble. And that is that. Almost uniquely among institutions, great universities like this one manage to preserve their greatness over very long periods of time. Harvard was America's leading university a century ago, and it is today America's leading university, indeed the world's leading university. It has maintained the tradition of excellence over more than a century. And you think about it, there are not many institutions that were leaders 100 years ago and are still leaders today. Many of them are dead. What is it that gives us in Harvard the distinctive strength? What is it that enables great university to stay great? What will make the University of Benin great? I will suggest there are 3 important things. 1, we are a place that is committed to excellence, whatever the source may be. Ours are there a continuing march and a continuing struggle. and not one that is complete towards greater openness. A university that is not open cannot make progress. Secondly, that is that we are a community that is committed to the quality of ideas, not the ideas of the quality. What are we talking about? It's not all about quality. University is a centrifugal place where in the faculty you have roles to play and do very well. In the department you have roles to play and do very well. There will be less burden for those at the top. I know universities abroad. I can mention the University of Warwick. Senate meets only once a year. Hello? Senate meets once a year. Results of students are finished at the faculty, and that is all. I can imagine. If we were to leave this here in our climb, all manners of primordial interest will determine who gets first class and who gets second class, depending on who is the highest bidder and who can pay more. We are a place of ideas, but also a place of high ideals. Yes, we are committed to truth for its own sake, and no other truth, no other sake. And again, it turns out that what seems to be more abstract and irrelevant has the most enduring impact. Can Uniben today begin to look for those things that are enduring as a cultural commitment of each and every one of us? My message to Uniben is as stated. Let me close finally with the word that Jerome Udoji puts in his book. Mr. Patrick Wilkinson, then an assistant of King's College, more than 6 feet tall, with a benign senatorial appearance. When somebody has a senatorial appearance, how does he look? He's looking corporate and gentlemanly. He took in students' affairs. He not only selected and admitted all new entrants, but he also got to know them all personally. My dear admission officer colleague, how many of the students do you know? How well do you relate with them? Like an authority with Brother Dash? He followed them and encouraged their progress and development. He also advised and helped them over their problems and employment. His influence and interest was everywhere. That it was often said, if a King's man, that is, if somebody from King's College was anywhere, was on attendance, Patrick not only knew, but also was there to watch. If a King's boat was on the river, Patrick would be at the bank. All of us who are here, can our students remember us for what role we have played in their lives by the way we demonstrate our ethics and our culture to make them to achieve their purpose as who are worthy in character and in learning. Finally, it is now ready for us to focus. What are we expecting to do? How do we do it? Adjust yourselves to put in a proper culture and conduct. Zooming into it, and ladies and gentlemen, enter into it, and the union will be a better place to be. Thank you very much.
Please let us give another round of applause to Dr. Guru. I am sure that today is fireworks. What you don't get today, you may not get it again. So sit down and listen. We will go into the discussion session now. And I want to request the two directors to come forward to the podium here so that they can co-share this discussion session. But please, for those who are interested in joining the Nigerian Institute of Management, please, there's a table there, you can put your name there and your number. Or you can go directly to Mr. C.O. Gunsoya. He's the Chief Accountant in the bursary. Or Mr. Idehen, Nusa Idehen of the Audit Department, the Secretary of the NI. You can give them your name, they will contact you. And then there's a book here, The Professional University Administrator, written by one of us, Mr. Stephen Obeki. It was, the forward was written by our own registrar, Mrs. Koyoshu. It is very important for you to establish yourself as a university administrator. The cost is only 1,000.
the doctors be here, 2 directors. Let's go down.
Vice Chancellor, the University in absentia, Principal Officer, Registrar, distinguished guest, lecturer, ladies and gentlemen. For the past almost 1 hour, we've been listening to 2 lectures, but I'm going to concentrate on the first lecture in this series, which is staff discipline, perhaps for enforcement in the university system. This was given by Dr. Obanjola Awusisi, former registrar, Ekiti State University. I would like to refresh your memory because there was a second lecture. Some of you may have forgotten what transpired when the lecturer was speaking. So, Dr. Obanjola discussed the synonyms of indiscipline, which include disobedience and disrespect to constituted authority. He discussed dress code for university officials. He x-rayed academic freedom, university autonomy, and unionization. He also talked about dimensions of disciplinary actions, which involve fraud, courtesy, exam malpractices, negligence of duty, dereliction of duty, extortion, and online fraud. He also explained the sanctions for such indiscipline. He discussed about instruments for discipline, due process of disciplinary action, which include query, setting up a panel, and establishment of prima facie case, which will now send the report to council maybe through A&P, and so on and so forth. He also talked about challenges of disciplinary decision, failure of fair hearing, errors in judgment, administrative and technical problems. Dr. Obanjola also talked about the principle of fair hearing, error of trying criminal cases, rape, fraud, murder, arson, and he emphasized on the need to focus on misconduct rather than malpractices for you to be able to give a good decision that may not be challenged in the court of justice. He talked about irregular membership of panel, and he advised that we use the right membership. He also discussed about abuse of powers by authority, cited various cases, and removal of officers. Okay. So then, finally, he talked about negative effect of spirit recall, and he concluded by preaching forgiveness. So, ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that these lectures were very enlightening, and the purpose of this seminar is to enlighten you and both staff to imbibe the spirit of discipline and work culture. So, you can agree with me that we are better informed. So, we give room for some questions for this particular aspect of the lecture. But I'd like to add to the lecture of the guest speaker that part of disciplinary measure, one of the part of disciplinary measure that the university should emphasize on is this appraisal form. Because you don't wait for a staff to commit an offense to face disciplinary action. Rather, it's good to have a preventive measure to avoid disciplinary action. And one way of doing that is by this appraisal form. Ladies and gentlemen, just this morning before I came here, I was reviewing the appraisal form of some of my staff. And I have a policy when I'm appraising my staff, I will sit them down. I will give them the yellow or green paper, whether you are senior or junior staff, and ask them to score their debts. I will be the one to tell them you are right or wrong. So I was doing that this morning. And you know that has to do with different aspects that will discipline us as staff, which include oral and written expression, self-control, responsive to criticism, honesty, quality, and loyalty. So it will be interesting to know that one staff that I appraised about last year about self-control, I scored him 2/5. And he was quarreling. I said, why are you quarreling? He said, why should I say give him such mark? I said, were you not the one who was quarreling with another staff, almost fighting with the staff? So by the time he realized that, when I was doing it this morning, I said, okay, can you score yourself under the column of self-control? So he scored himself higher. I said, why are you scoring yourself higher? He told me that he has changed. Since I talked to him last year, he now knows how to behave properly. So I now believe that it is very good for staff to fill this appraisal form. And my advice to the university registrar too is that this appraisal form should not only be given to staff who are due. As I joined Chief Omo Azubene, that promotion should not be automatic. Even staff who are just joining the university, they ought to be appraised before even their confirmation. But in this period, we see staff, they spend 1 year, they don't bring their paper confirmation. Before you know, they are confirmed. How can they be disciplined? So this kind of lecture is very important. So at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we will entertain questions on this particular aspect before I hand over to my colleague. Staff discipline, parameter for enforcement in the university system. How many of you would like to ask questions on this very topic? Any question? Okay, one question on staff discipline, parameter for enforcement in the university system. Any other one? Any other question? Okay, in the absence of any other question, please listen carefully as we call that lady to come and answer a question.
Please, can you step forward to answer your question? Give her the mic. Sorry, hold on. Please. I'm not going to attempt to summarize what the last lecturer gave. We all listened. The lecture was very lucid, simple presentation. So, if you have any comment, any question to ask, as far as the last paper was please indicate. Raise up your hand so that you can ask the questions. The guest speakers are about to go so that they can respond to your questions as quickly as possible. Yes, please, on university culture, work, ethics, and values. Give him the mic, please.
Good day, directors. All protocol observed. It's based on the two speakers. One will bring it together. They mention one thing, that we are not properly dressed. Remembering that, or putting in the details that most people here, some of us here are farmers. How do we need to be addressed as well? Because we're supposed to be dressed as we are supposed to be dressed.
of Agric. Faculty of Agric. Yes, any other comment or question? This is for the Faculty of Agric. You want to be told how to dress. Well, yeah, please.
Okay, my question is this about staff discipline.
Yes.
If somebody commits an offense and a query is given, thereafter warning was given, the person was punished, there was no fair hearing, what should the person do? Or with this workshop, can there be amicable settlement between the victim and the person, because it was as a result of alleged false accusation?
Thank you. But before they come up, we were told even in the chat given, he talked about appeal. He talked about appeal. If you were given one and you are not satisfied, you appeal to higher authorities, either the parish council or the registrar. And if the decision was taken by council, you appeal to council. He said that. But let's allow them to talk. More questions? Yes, sir. Now.
Thank you very much, sir. When our last speaker was talking, or when he was giving his lecture, he said that union is anathema. Did I get it clear like that? So I wanted to ask, because I would have thought that in a community where there is miscarriage of justice, people must try to say that this is wrong. You see, but now that this thing is described like that, like what other method could we apply without unionism? Thank you, sir.
That is, if you are aggrieved, what other method can you apply?
Exactly, yes, sir.
Without going
if there's miscarriage of justice.
Without going to your union.
Well, because there will be union, sir. That's why. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other camera people with that? Oh, sorry. Yes, please. The last person.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mrs. Ogbezua from NIN Oseluilu. My question is this. You are a supervisor or a head of department, head of unit. You want to discipline your staff, and you have observed that the performance of this staff is very low. You want to recommend, especially through the upper form, that this person maybe you ask for training for this person, and most often this recommendation does not go down well with this staff. They want to see you as a bad head, as a bad supervisor, and you know that this person is not really performing well. And when you go down to find out this person maybe is close to the director, is close to the head of this, is close to the officer, so what do you do? Because these are things you see in civil service, where this indiscipline persists. You have recommended over time that this person, the performance is very low. Please, sir, I want you to tell us in this one, so what we should do. Thank you.
So we allow them to reply us. The first speaker, please.
I want to thank the two chairmen for directing this segment of the meeting. Well, the first question is, when somebody is given warning after query, but without fair hearing, if I got it correct, something happened or did not happen, but you got a query. Who asked that question? No, your question is a lady. It's a lady who asked it. Now, when you receive the query, did you reply it? You reply. Now, they now send warning to you. Well, warning is a punishment. Strong warning is a higher punishment. But that is one of the problems of the university that I identified. Somebody was trying to help you, thinking that it's not a matter that should warrant a panel. Now you are annoyed, and usually when people are helped, they get annoyed. Your reply to that query was not satisfactory. That's the meaning of that warning. Your reply to that query did not satisfy the authority. You were alleged to have done something, you were given query, then you answered. You gave your own explanation. For example, they said you didn't come to work. You now reply and say it was because my child was sick that day. I took my child was to you. That explanation should have satisfied the authority. But do you know that your child would be sick was not part of the bargain when you were coming? Now, if your child was sick, did you tell us, did you alert us immediately the sickness happened at home? Did you tell the HOD that, please, I was a part coming when my child started running temperature? You didn't do that. It is after you have gotten query that you were now explaining. That is afterthought. So the authority were not satisfied with the reply, then they send you warning. What should have happened naturally is that there should have been investigation. So that it should not be you and your head of department alone to find out whether it is true you didn't come. Now they give you an opportunity, you can beg the university, I'm sorry, I won't do that again. Even when you say you are sorry, you are supplying further information about your gift, the fact that you are guilty. Is that okay? Is there somebody who said you are stolen? Then you return the money, go and pay to the bursary. That payment is additional evidence that you actually stole the money in the first instance. So now that they want you, they didn't follow the due process. If you were not invited to a meeting over that matter. But I think they decided to give you small punishment. But don't forget, warning is the punishment whether it's small or big. Because on the day of promotion, somebody will say that this person is being reviewed, received a warning in the year under review. So, but if we are not satisfied, what you should do is what Dr. Godela has told you, you appeal. So if you receive it from senior exam, you write to the registrar through your HOD, through the dean, that you are not satisfied the way the matter was processed. And something will happen after that. Now, somebody has a question that you have a staff, the performance of that staff is very low. Most of us have that kind of staff. Now, I want you to know that some of us assume that poor performance is not an offense, and that is where we got it wrong. Redundancy itself is against the regulation. That you are a typist, you are supposed to type, you don't type for me. I give you 10 jobs to do, you did only one. So you are already violating regulation. But the way we look at it is that this person is lazy, this other staff is hardworking. And let me tell you Pareto principle, 20% of the people are doing 80% of the work in any university. In any department, only 20% are doing 80% of the work. In the registry, every committee you say, you always say it's Mr. This, Mr. This, Mr. So they are the people overworked. Among the lecturers is the same. So the person who is not working, who is collecting money, is already flouting regulation. So don't just look at it as a lazy staff. Are you okay? If you turn it to an offense, the person will buckle up. So if you don't give that person a query for not working hard, you are not helping the university. Forget about the fact that he knows the history, he knows it, that's not your business. Issue that query. The query may not, you may think it will not end up anywhere. As it gets to a staff, even if they find it alone and they don't do anything, one day is coming, they will say, bring out their files. It may be when that person wants to become duty registrar or something, they will now be checking files. They will now see this person has accumulated about 7 queries. Somebody will ask question that, how come that this man has always been performing woefully? And that is the day you are helping the university. Do your own duty as the head of department. The higher person director may say forget it, but you have what is written is written. When Jesus died, somebody said what is written here, Jesus should not have been called the King of Jews, but they said leave it there. What is written is what written. So whatever you want to write it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate him. We invite the second lecturer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And let me just start from where I stopped. One area I did not emphasize is the structure of the university is hierarchical. And at every level, there's authority. For every modicum of authority, there's responsibility. And for responsibility, there's accountability. Everybody is responsible for what he's engaged to do. When you do not do it, you are sanctioned. That's the aspect of discipline. If the lower level officer is not satisfied with the query, he says, I give a warning. That starts his purpose. If you are not satisfied with the warning that the supervisory authority has given, appeal to a higher authority. At that point, the higher authority is going to adjudicate between you and the higher authority. And his decision is also put in record. One thing about bureaucracy is that bureaucracy is built on rules and regulations and writing. And if it does not work today, it will work sometime later. That's what Dr. Awushi has said. On the issue of dressing, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a farmer, be a farmer. If you are going to farm and you dress as I'm dressing, be appropriate. But our thought this morning is not to administrative officers. Cannot administrative officers say, please rise on your feet. You are in the registry or in the bus. Please rise on your feet. I want them to register that, so please come up.
Whether HEO accounts or HEO.
All the DRs that please come up here to my side.
Of course.
All of you are admin officers or in the bursary. Stand, accountants.
HEOs.
Please come up, please come up, please come up. Please stand by my side. I'm proud of you. That's why I asked you to come up. And that's the why I told you earlier. Begin to mentor. Just look around. I want yourself to now look. Are they as properly dressed as you are dressed? Not all of them, which means train them to do it. Who forced you to dress when you are leaving your house this morning? You need it as a natural course. Pass it on. How do you promote our culture? Two. Go to the University Act. You are not going to find union. University Act. If you see it, show me. In University Act, it's never there. In Ibadan, where we all took ourselves, it's never there. However, unionism is a manifestation of exercise of fundamental human rights of association. And unions are necessary evils. Necessary evils to contain the excesses of the executive. Except that, in presenting this paper, I said, you either under or over exercise your functions. Very many authorities over-exercise their functions, and there is therefore need for a check and a balance. However, like I said, the true culture of university is the culture of engagement. Hello? It's the culture of engagement, not physical. Ladies and gentlemen, when you see a professor sitting on the floor, you see a deputy registrar sitting on the floor, you see a presidential registrar working in protest, what image are you passing on to your children? University men. I understand in local government, not in the university that's a place, a bastion of culture and tradition of excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, unions are necessary to protect their members, but then it should be done with modicum of decency. Thank you.
Please, let's give another round of applause to the two lecturers and the two chairmen of the session. I think we are coming gradually to the end of this wonderful activity we are having in the university today. We will go into the next lecture now. We will take the two last lectures sequentially, But before I call in the lecturers, we want to quickly present gifts to the two visiting guest lecturers from outside Benin. Please just give us a few minutes to do that. And I want to call the two former registrars to come forward, and Chief Magori Atubele, the council member, NIN, and a representative of the president of the Nigerian Institute of Management to do the presentation. Thank you. We'll just do that for a few minutes.
On behalf of the Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, the executive committee members of the Nigerian Institute of Management, the member unit, would like to present this to you to remind you of your visit to the University of Benin to participate in our capacity building. You have done it. I give you so that's what we are grateful.
Okay, we will now take the second to the last lecture, and it's titled Work Ethics and Attitudinal Change in Public Service. It will be taken by one of our own, Professor B.A. Agonifo of the Department of Business Administration. Professor Agonifo, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I'm speaking on work ethics and attitudinal change in the Nigerian public service. In speaking about the public service, I'm going to be focusing mainly on the University of Benin. I want to say I've been told I should speak for 40 minutes. I will try not to exceed the 40 minutes. For me, this workshop is God sent. You know, because as you go through various units within the University of Benin, what you see is very discouraging. What you see tells you that the system has suffered a great deal of decadence. What you see tells you that you are in a jungle, not in the serenity of a university environment. And so I see this as an attempt to impact on us so that all of us will have an idea of what it is like to conduct ourselves with respect to our jobs in a university.
Distinguished members of our staff, please try to stay to the end. That's part of discipline. Thank you.
Therefore, it is good news. It's good news that we're talking about work ethics. We are talking about attitude to work, and we are talking about attitude change. How to change the attitudes. The objectives of this discussion will be one, to sensitize you to the nature of work ethics. A great deal of that has been done. I sat there and I could hear that people were talking about ethics. Then secondly, to draw the attention of participants to the benefits of having positive work ethics. I want to tell you that it is in your own interest, as it is in the interest of the university and Nigeria as a country, that you have and portray positive work ethics. Then to sensitize you to the consequences of negative work ethics. If you have negative work ethics, you are doing harm to your own career. You know, we just talked about this. Let's also, to enable participants to appreciate the nexus between their work ethics and the future of their career. The way you conduct yourself at work, your attitude to work, the work ethics that you exhibit inform what you will become in the University of Benin. And in fact, what will you become in your career? And so, is an important subject matter. Then to draw attention of participants to some evidence of poor work ethics among employees in the University of Benin. There's a great deal of negative attitude to work, poor work ethics around here. And I want to draw attention to them before we begin to talk about how to address them. And most importantly, we shall talk about how they can be checked. You do have a role to play, management has a role to play. First, what do we mean by work ethics? It has been defined as a belief in the moral benefit and importance of work and its inherent abilities to strengthen character. Also, a belief in work as a moral good, a set of values centered on the importance of doing work and reflected especially in the desire or determination to work hard. The point being made here is that when we are talking about work ethics, we are talking about work as something that is desirable. We are talking about work as something that we should enjoy. We are talking about work as something that we should take seriously. You know? Therefore, if you have these ideas, it means that you are executing a positive work ethic. But if the ideas that you subscribe to are different from the ones I just mentioned, then it means that you have a negative work ethic. It used to be said that there is dignity in labor. I still believe that there is dignity in labor. There is dignity in labor. And I believe that if you exhibit this dignity in labor, it will benefit you greatly. But let me tell you this. I know not all of us actually like working. There's a theory that suggests that that is the case for some people. I know of a case in my department in this university. I know of a colleague who told my other colleagues that he distracts me because I like work too much. What does that mean? It means that he does not like work. So there are people in the system who do not like work. But the truth of the matter is, if you don't like work, you have no business being in the University of Benin as an employee. And that applies to every organization. Now, some of the characteristics of good work ethics are honesty, integrity, responsibility, optimism, self-motivation, team spirit, and commitment. What does it mean to be honest? To be honest, of course, would mean that you will mean everything you say, and you will say only those things that you mean. For example, a worker who lies to his or her supervisor lacks good work ethics. You may like to protect yourself at all, or give an excuse that is incorrect. If you do that, it's an indication that you do not have good work ethics. Employees who spend official time on personal phone calls or on Facebook or praying in the office, or reading the Bible or the Quran, or receiving visitors, lacks good work ethics. Your pastor should tell you that even the protocol of praying, which you have to do always, it shouldn't be done during work hours. It shouldn't be done during work hours because, you are expected to spend the entire time that you are working. Because when the organization gives you employment, they tell you that your working hours are from 8 o'clock to 4 p.m. That time no longer belongs to you. It's paid for by the organization that employed you. Therefore, you have a responsibility to use the entire time for your organization. If you do otherwise, you are stealing. You are stealing the organization's time and using it to do things that are personal to you. So, it is also unethical. Personal integrity. Workers with good work ethics are trustworthy. For example, they do not break their promises. They don't break their promises. If you make a promise that you are going to do something, if for any reason you are going to be able to do it, whether it is a promise to your boss, a promise to your subordinate, a promise to your colleague, you should be able to inform the person well in advance that it will no longer be possible for you to fulfill that promise. And you must tell the reason why. If you don't do that, then you have violated good work ethics. Then of course, employees, must be able to also accept their mistakes. So if you have good work ethics, you must accept your mistakes rather than make excuses or rather than blame other people for mistakes that you have made. You must be ready to take responsibility. Workers who have imbibed good work ethics are reliable and so do not need to be constantly monitored to do what they should do and to do it well. They take ownership of their work and their workplace. What does it mean to take ownership of their work? Assuming that the rest of it was owned by you, or owned by your father or your uncle, if the work you were doing was for yourself and not for the university, in your own business, how would you do that work? You should do that work, the way that will benefit the organization. That's the same way in which you should work for the organization for which you are working. That's the same way you should work for the President of the Nation. Do the work as if it was your own. If you do otherwise, then of course you do not have positive work ethics. Then of course, employees with good work ethics, even in difficult times, maintain a positive work outlook. They pay attention to the positive qualities in others rather than focusing on the negative sides of other people. The manager once says that an employee that cannot work with other people cannot be a good employee. Because when you work, especially when you work as an administrator, as a manager, your work is getting the work done with and through other people. It's still work. And if you cannot work as a team, if you cannot value other people, if you cannot value their contributions, if your focus is on the negativities of these other people, then of course it means that you have a negative work ethic. Because we live in a world of diversity, where people come from various backgrounds, and you must be able to acknowledge these backgrounds and employ them for the advantage of the job and of the system. Self-motivation. Quite often people will tell you that they are not motivated. But who will motivate you? You should motivate yourself. The interest in the job should motivate you. The desire to do a good job should motivate you. The joy that comes from accomplishment should motivate you. The fact that you are able to do a job better than other people and achieve results that others cannot achieve should motivate you. And so you don't wait for that, to motivate you. If you have good work ethics, therefore, you must be self-motivated. And then you must have that internal drive that gets you going even when others fall by the wayside. And then of course, being a team player, means that you should be able to get strategy for the diversity of the work. In other words, the fact that people from different backgrounds, different competencies are working together provides an opportunity for you to harness these differences for the betterment of the team. People with good work ethic do not allow their own ego to get on the way. People are, quick to say, can you do that to me? How can you say that to me? How can the whole me do this? When you begin to look at this, your ego is getting on the way. You should be humble enough, not to blow your own trumpet. Others should blow your trumpet for you. So let your ego be such that you can accommodate others and that you can walk fully with others. Your ethics are important because they inform your well-being as a person and as a worker. The point we are making is that if you have negative work ethics, they impact on you negatively in terms of your health, in terms of your psychology, and in terms of your future. They also impact on your attitude to work. Your attitude to work depends upon your work ethic. That mindset that you bring to work, those beliefs that you have about work, the philosophy, your philosophy of work is about. And then, of course, they inform your career. So if you have good work ethics, they will positively inform your career, positively influence and affect your career, so that you can rise in the work that you do. Now, I want to talk about attitude of work. First, we want to try and define what we mean by attitude of work. When we talk about attitude of work, we are not talking about three things about the worker. First, what the worker believes about his or her job. What the worker believes about his or her job. Some people believe certain things positive about their job. Some believe negative things about their job. Some people, for example, believe that government work is nobody's work. That's a belief. If you hold that belief, you are negative from the very beginning. And it's going to inform all the other things and behavior. Some others believe that this work is important and I can't do without it. Again, that also informs their behavior. So that's the first element of attitude. The second element of attitude is your affection or lack of affection for the job. The affective component, that is to say, whether you like or not like the job, what you feel about the job. Some people like their job. Some do not like their jobs. You should try as much as possible to develop a liking for your job. Because without liking your job, you cannot be effective in that job. You cannot be happy in that job. You cannot progress in that job. And then the third component is how the worker behaves on the job. How the worker behaves on the job, how the worker does the job. And it's easy to see that everywhere you go. I want to talk about how people behave on the job. When you go to seek a service, maybe you want to make a phone call, or you go to a supermarket to buy an item, and you are waiting to be attended to, or you are traveling in public transport, say to Lagos, you are waiting to go, or the driver is even on the way. The way the driver relates to you, the way the service is rendered, we are quick to complain about those things. You kept me waiting. The quality of service you are delivering is low. Do we also realize that people who come to us for service may also be dissatisfied with the quality of services that we are providing? I believe that the reason why Nigeria is where it is because of poor attitude to work. That's why this country has not developed like the tigers. That's why this country has not developed like the advanced countries of the world. Because we have all that is required. We have the resources. But because of our attitude to work, we are not making progress. Because of our behavior in the work that we do, we are not making progress. We shall quickly explore some of those things. So attitude to work is a mindset that the individual brings to work. Attitude, they say, is everything because it determines what you will ever be and what you will ever achieve. Then corruption, in my opinion, is an aspect of attitude of work. You see, for those who steal, it is because of the bad work ethic that they have that they steal. If you have a good work ethic in the first instance, you would know that you are not expected to steal from your employer. So when you start stealing from your employer, it's a reflection of backward effort, which has translated into an attitude that informs the behavior of stealing. So we complain about corruption, but I think that if we deal with the problem first, generally we would have dealt with corruption. Nigeria is where it is today, like I said before, because of poor attitude to work. Nigeria cannot make it unless we Nigerians change our attitude to work. That is the difference. The same is true of our organizations, including the University of Ghana. Well, you may not be old enough to know, some of you, but I know that over the years, this country has been becoming worse. They're becoming worse. Forget about what they tell me about GDP. We are talking about, quality of life of the people. My first car ever was a brand new car. My second car was a brand new car. But thereafter, I've not been able to buy a brand new car. It starts from what is that telling? When I was born as a clerk, we had light 24/7. Not only in the office, but at home. But now, in my house, if we get light 3 hours a day, we are rejoicing. So that tells you that the quality of life is going down. Similarly, the University of Benin has been going down in terms of quality. I joined the university in 1980. That university I joined is called the University of today. If you compare the two, you will almost share tears. That the university has degenerated to this level. And if we are not careful, that degeneration will continue. The responsibility is yours to make sure that the university is regenerated and it becomes a better place so that we can compare with other universities across the world. So that's a challenge before you, and I think it's a challenge that we must take seriously because it will impact on our children and it will impact on our children's children. So we must invest in that future. In more advanced countries, you cannot make or pick a personal call on duty. I told my son the other day, he said, Daddy, I'm at home. I'll call you later. My friend in the US, he said, sorry, we can talk on Sundays. A professor in the University of Benin died recently. The wife was telling on his story. They tried to get in touch with the son in the UK. It was difficult because the son cannot pick phone calls during working hours. But yes, I was in an NNPC guest house. A young papa came into the guest house. I was on the phone for, that was in the days of this, what they call it, analog telephone line. She was on the phone for 2 hours. 2 hours. At company expense. So, in fact, I go to the clinic. The very first you get. You go to the clinic, somebody is supposed to attend to you, maybe the person is busy eating. And he or she expects you to wait until he or she finishes before attending to you. What benefit is that? So, I ensure, I challenge them, you must drop that and attend. So, there are so many aspects to this. You cannot come there to work or leave work earlier than your official closing time in some other advanced countries of this world. You cannot. You cannot break office rules without incurring the associated penalties. And, for example, you do not know what hard work means to the Japanese. I read a story of what working hard means to the Japanese. And they told the story that in Japan, a woman knows that the husband is not going to come from work until around 5 o'clock. If your husband comes before then, you are ashamed and you don't want your neighbors to know that your wife left work before closing time. You hide your husband in the room or ask your husband, please go back. Come back at the normal time. That's what working hard means to Japan. I also read of a story among the Japanese. They were doing a study
on their own without paying force. They worked for nearly 24 hours non-stop because they wanted to complete that study before going home in a factory. You know, here, what do we find? At 3 o'clock, people are already packing their bag. You know, school run is an excuse, you know, for doing all kinds of things. Now, if you have a positive attitude to work, some of the benefits are this. One, it will help you deal with stress. You know, because there is no stress, you are not going to get a quit. If you have a positive attitude to work, you'll be happy with your job, you'll be making progress, you'll be getting promotion when the time comes. There will be no stress. Then secondly, it helps gain respect of co-workers and your boss. You know, if you check that out, there are officers that are respected in the system. And if you find out why it is because they have positive work ethic. It strengthens your relationship in and out of office. Your relationship with your colleagues, because you are able to work as a team with them, you are able to relate well with them, you are able to meet their expectations, and then your relationship with outsiders, particularly outsiders who come to do business with you, with the system, they have a good impression of you. A good relationship is established. That accord becomes beneficial to you in the future. It motivates us to work hard, and it brings success. It helps boost your self-esteem, make you feel good. It helps with constructive and creative thinking. You can see and recognize opportunities, and it makes you feel fulfilled and happy. So I believe that it is in our own best self-interest, you know, to work as hard as we can. Now, we're talking about attitude to work. To fully appreciate it, we break it into its components. This breakdown was actually done by late Professor Adebayo Akele. He says, when we are talking about attitude to work, it actually consists of attitude to time, attitude to cooperation, attitude to performance, attitude to products, attitude to pay, decision making, and purpose. Let me take each of it. Evidence of poor attitude to time. First, Professor Adebayo and I did a study. We did a study of workers in the public sector and in the private sector. We wanted to find out how people use their official time. In fact, the title of the work was Personalization of Corporate Time. The 8 hours that the organization has bought from you, how do you use it? How much of this time do you personalize? And we found that on the average, in the private sector, out of the 8 hours, 2.5 hours are personalized. In other words, workers spend 2.5 hours on themselves, doing their own thing, not for the benefit of the organization. Like making phone calls, receiving missed calls, reading newspapers, you know, making social calls, maybe making purchases, going for school run, and so on and so forth. In the private sector, in the public sector, on the average, the employee personalized 3.5 hours out of the 8 hours, which is nearly half. If you were to put a monetary value on this, in terms of the pay of these employees, we will be talking about billions of naira in a year. Because if you work for only 3.5 hours, let's assume that we divide your salary, you know, proportionally based upon this. You'll find that you take home only a little more than half of your salary. The other half, which is being given to you now, is like you are stealing it. You didn't earn it. So it's lost to the organization. So that's a big job. That shows the attitude to time is very negative. Out of this show, it shows the type of laziness to work. In some offices in this university, if you want to transact business, you better not go there before 9:30 or 10 o'clock. You won't see the officers transact. But it's also true for lecturers. Okay, unauthorized break periods lateness committees, leaving meetings at will, personal calls during office hours, receiving personal calls during office hours. Is that they are already enough to understand? Hawking or entertaining visitors during office hours, all these are negative attitudes. Leaving office finally before official closing time, reading newspapers in the office, absenteeism. Reading newspapers in the office. Absenteeism from work without good boss and lack of sense of audience. Strictly speaking, seriously speaking, you shouldn't read newspapers in the office. What you should do these days, better than the newspapers and online. Wake up at 5 o'clock. Oh, you are still sleeping at 5 o'clock? Okay. Then in the area of cooperation, the negative attitudes are not being able to function effectively as a team member. We are doing my sabbatical now. There's a lecturer who is not able to relate well with any staff. Always conflicted with staff. That's negative attitude. Unwilling to assist subordinates and peers and superiors when they need it. And then, when you are happy when the employees get into trouble, or when they make mistakes, that's negative attitude of work. When you are quick to laugh at less competent colleagues for the incompetent, you will not rather work related information from colleagues, or you are conflict prone to report, or you point at who is wrong in situation rather than what is wrong, or you sabotage others whom you do not like. Then you have negative attitude. With respect to performance, if you are always complaining about the targets or the volume of work given to you, then it's because you have negative attitude. If you get your performance by number of hours you spend in the office rather than by results achieved, that's negative. And then if you make mistakes frequently in your job, that's also negative. If you don't have result-oriented measures for your subordinates, that's negative. If you dislike whistleblowers, that's negative. If you leave issues unattended until others come to ask how far, is my paper ready? That's negative. If you believe you are helping somebody who is going to benefit from the work that you do, you think you are helping the person and supervising the student. If I believe I'm helping that student, not doing my duty, that's negative attitude. If you give preferential treatment to your relations and friends, that's negative attitude. If you are unwilling or you are slow in self-improvement, that's negative attitude. If you ask for or receive tips or bribes, negative attitude. If you are not objective in staff appraisal, that's negative attitude. Well, we'll skip this because this is more applicable to the private sector. Let's talk about attitude to pay. If you regard yourself as being underpaid and you use it as an excuse for underperforming, that's poor attitude to work. If you believe you are underpaid, you don't accept the offer. Or if you have already accepted the offer, you resign. If you favor payment type or attendance rather than the output, negative attitude. If you insist on no pay, no work, that's negative attitude to work. The attitude of decision making. If you are reluctant to accept responsibility, if you procrastinate, if you lack the courage to make difficult decisions, if you succumb easily to holy pressures, and you lack principles, you accept anything, you can be bought, then all these are negative attitudes to work. Then respect of property, university property. How do you treat university property? If you see the property of the university as belonging to no one and so it should be treated anyhow, it's poor to work. If you abuse the organization's property, is That is, you are not using it the way it should be used. Negative attitude work. If you steal company property, no matter how small, negative attitude work. If you engage in corrupt practices of any kind, it is negative attitude work. Now, we have tried to point out as many negative attitudes to work as possible. The question is, how do you change these attitudes? How do you change these attitudes? Well, I want to say that really, the best way to ensure that your workers have positive attitude to work is that you can adopt certain strategies. Management can adopt certain strategies. But the individual worker can also adopt certain strategies. Those that the workers can adopt are what I call personal strategies. Those that the organization can adopt are what are referred to as departmental or organization-wide strategies, depending on the level of the officer concerned. Let's first deal with personal strategies. If you want to develop good work ethic, the first thing that you must decide that from now on you are going to have positive work ethic to work, and you must follow that determination with discipline and determination from now on. Then you must identify and learn from a role model. A role model. People were brought out here just now because they were well dressed. You know, there are also people who do their work very well. You can identify them, seek to be like them. There are people who come to work very well. You know, we once had some colleagues who will get here 7 o'clock, academic staff. They'll get here 7 o'clock in the morning and leave at 7 p.m. You know, so if you identify a worker that you think has the kind of work ethics that is required, then you should select him as a role model. And then you should learn to work with others. You should develop yourself and acquire the necessary competencies. Well, the point has been made already that some people are not developing themselves. They are not developing themselves. As it is here, you cannot, you know, say that you are ICT illiterate. If you are, then, like the last lecturer said, you know where you belong. Then stay away from, okay, invite a service attitude. Permit me to give this example. I went to post-grad school one day. I went to an office to ask about something, and the lady said, oh no, it's not this office, it's that office. And she stood up, took me there. When she got there, I was told the person was not there, was somewhere else. She took me to that place. And by the time we were done, I asked her, I said, come look, are you this nice? I said, it's wonderful. She said, thank you very much. Because the colleagues didn't move back at night when I entered the office. They didn't bother about my question when I entered the office. And she told me that she is coming from a private sector environment. She used to work in the bank. That's the kind of attitude that we the service attitude, willing to help others. Stay away from negative influences. Make daily, weekly, and monthly work plans. Do all those things you and your family can truly be proud of. You know? Commit to high standards. Show bright. Be an ambassador of quality. Do not compare yourself with the employees with poor or negative population. That's their business. When they are making money from it, that's their business. I have seen people who thought they were employing, making money from the system over the years, but eventually something happened to them. They were sent out of the system. It took years, but it happened. You know, so I think it pays, you know, to have, you know, what to happen. That's for the individual. For the organization, the first thing that the organization will provide an enabling environment. You know, if I'm going to wear suit to work, it will be better for me if my office is air conditioned. You know, because if it's not air conditioned, I'll be first. They do not employ workers when vacancies do not exist. Don't employ workers without initially interviewing them. We are not talking about regulation. Regulation is that those are no interviews. Because everybody passes through them. Don't employ workers without background checks. I see in this country something terrible is happening. We start a staff here. You know, maybe for exam malpractice or for extorting money from students. Next day is appointed in a neighboring university at a higher level. You know, because no background checks. And then the papers are sent to somebody who was the lecturer one. They tell you to assess him for professorship. which means he's going to benefit from, his terrible and unholy way. So we must do this background check. So employ only those who merit it by the performance and selection of that. That's the beginning point. Because if you bring in jobs, if you bring in people who are thieves, when they come here, they be stealing. If you bring in people here who are uncooked, when they come in here, their cookness will show. If you bring in people here who don't have competencies, their incompetence, will also show. When they come in, give them copies of their job descriptions, give them their rules and regulations, rules of engagement, governing their employment. Give them befitting offices, give them furniture. You didn't clap for those ones, but I'm talking about air conditioner and you were clap. Give them befitting offices, furniture, and the requisite tools they need to function, such as, computers. Organize orientation programs for them. That's what I'm asking you to do. Train them in the job they are going to be doing. For all staff, get them the entitlements in full and on time. Pay them responsibility allowance for those who qualify for them. I have gone on sabbatical twice, madam, where I'm doing sabbatical now, they bring me to the day. And pay responsibility allowance a day of 40,000 naira a month. I was in here. Nobody paid me anything. I've been head of the department 3 times here, nobody paid me anything. There, they pay less for the company. I don't have to request for interest to get into the university. I was surprised the first time they posted money into my account. That's what this all about. They say it's for first semester. When they asked me here, they posted another amount into my account. What was it for? They say for example. That money is still there. I don't know what to use it for because I didn't need that much to run the exam. That's how to run the system. When you expect heads of the department, you expect officers to use their resources, to use their legal pay, to run the system. This is not right. Then of course, we must lead by an example. When I talk about leadership, I'm talking about leadership at all levels. If you are head of the department, why don't you come to the office by 7:30, by 8 o'clock? You'll be surprised. None of the workers will come in. But if you come at 10 and they know you will be there until 10, they will come at 9:45. Be fair and be fair. No secret cows. This person was asked about what if somebody related to the other or to the vice chancellor. That's not my concern. I've got to do with it. So I'm going to give you a query, I give you a query. If they want to kill, let them kill or delete the records. So let us learn to do our work the way it should be done. On some occasions, I have done that expecting that the vice chancellor, not this vice chancellor, will say, oh, why do you do that? But they will do it because they know what know the right thing. So I ask that you do the right thing. If you do the right thing, okay. Then discipline ends according to the provisions in the rule books. Tomorrow the words of Senator Hussein, do not use insecticide on errant staff who are close to you and deodorant on your friends for similar infractions. I'm convinced that if we have the possible will and courage to do these things, we shall get there. Otherwise, the journey is a hopeless one. I believe we can. Thank you.
I believe that Professor Agbonifo deserves another round of applause. We will take the last talk now, and that one will be on money. That will be taken by Deputy Bossa, Mr. V.U. Imagbe, and it is titled Financial Regulations Governing the University of the Year. Mr. Imagbe, please.
Should we talk about Allah now? Allah will come in Jesus' name. Shall we rise on our feet, please? Please, shall we rise on our feet? Because this is an important discussion, it's money matter. Yes, I want you to talk to two persons. You are welcome. The money is coming. Professor Rumense has assured us that we will get our land as a Wendy. What? No power from the pit of hell shall stop whatever belongs to us in Jesus' name. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, our topic today is a very simple one. I don't know the protocol that was established before my coming, so I don't know whether I can stand on it, but I want to recognize the registrar of this great university, Mrs. A. Osholi, our double chief Azubene, and of course, our director of physical planning and director of academic planning, and all deputy registrars and deputy professors here present. What we want to talk about is real, because money is real. But I'm worried, because today we talk about what I'm holding is wireless. Everything is becoming less, moneyless, powerless. I hope we will not be hopeless in Jesus' name. The topic is financial regulations governing the University of Benin. And of course, I was made to understand that it was sponsored by the University of Benin and NIM, Nigeria Institute of Management. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. It is not going to be too much of theory, because we are going to take a look at the regulations that the University of Benin has established for the control, for the management of funds. As we know that finance is a very important resources in every organization, and so we must be guided by specific rules and regulations. We are giving 40 minutes. I have directed the organizers to take attendance with emails, because everything now is also e-commerce, e-branding, email, so that we can give you the totality of the lecture for you to read at your spare time. But where will you now read it? It will be after closing, because of what Professor said. Introduction. Benin's great university was founded in 1970. We were told that it started as an institute of technology before it was handed over to the federal government. And one single person that did that is late. He died a few months ago, and that Brigadier S.O. Bemudia. May God accept his soul in Jesus' name. This university has developed. Today we have a lot of faculties and departments. You can read that down, because I'm not going to talk about that. But there are very many. I took pain to highlight all the departments, the faculties, and units where necessary, for us to know how life is this university. Recently, we also discovered that we have over 7,000 staff of this university, which is more or less like a government of its own. Some state governments, they don't have enough, they don't have up to that 7,000 work as a workforce in their state. And so for us to have 7,000 workforce, it means the University of Benin is a very large university. There is therefore need for us to handle the finances correctly and appropriately, efficiently and otherwise, so that we can achieve the objectives of this university. What are the legal framework for the financial regulation in this university? The university is an appendage of the federal government, and therefore there are a lot of rules, laws and regulations that must guide whatever we do. We have the groundworks, the lawyers are here, what they call the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We also have the law establishing the university. We have the Finance Control and Management Act of 1958 as amended, the Audit Ordinance of 1956, Treasury Accounting Manual, and many others, including the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2007. You can read that at your spare time. The Vice Chancellor is the Chief Executive and Chief Accounting Officer of the university and is vested with the responsibility of management and financial control of the university. He is assisted by Deputy Vice Chancellors, Administration, Academics, and that of the Academic Campus. We also have the Registrar, who is the Administrative Head of the university, also doubles as the Secretary to Public Council of the university. And of course, my boss, the Bossa, he is the Chief Financial Officer and is responsible to the Vice Chancellor for the day-to-day administration and control of the financial resources of the university. That means he's the messenger. So I want everybody to understand that, especially our Congress. We have the librarian, which is the head of the library resources, and they all form a very vital organ of the university called management. Although in the setting here, we have other directors who are also members of management. Now, what is financial regulation? Financial regulation has been given a lot of definition, but I will just mention a few. It is a form of regulation or supervision which subjects financial institutions to certain requirements, restrictions, and guidelines, aiming to maintain the integrity of the financial system. The former Bossa defined financial instruction here as the financial codes of conduct as a reference material for the various organs to officers of the university, so that their performance can be measured against some predetermined standards. I also had a opportunity of presenting a discourse on financial regulation somewhere, and I looked at financial regulation as a set of principles, rules, laws, and procedures for financial management of any public entity or institution, from probity and accountability. There are a lot of rules governing the management of public funds. These rules deal with both the receipts and the disbursement of public funds, and according to the law 2017, he emphasized that these rules deal with the system concerning the receipts and disbursement of public funds and the procedure to ensure rules accountability and assurance against frauds. Financial regulation in the private sector is called financial management and is concerned with procurement, allocation, and control of financial resources of the concern. We have objectives for financial management, and of course, financial regulation in the public sector is to ensure regular and adequate supply of money, funds to the organization, which is a serious pain today. Everybody is carrying no money, and of course, they have neglected buzzword now that no money. To ensure adequate accountability of the funds and meet expectations of the shareholders, and to ensure optimal funds utilization. Once the funds are produced, they should be utilized in the maximum possible way at the least cost. And that is why, when you are talking of financial management, beyond management of cash, what you require mostly is the budget procedure. Now, the business of the day, financial regulation governing the University of Benin. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the bursary that is responsible for the financial management functions of the university. And the bursary is headed by the university bossa, presently who is a PhD holder, Dr. Bababela, and is supported by several deputies who are seasoned professional accountants with various experiences in public sector accounting, taxation, investment, financial analysis, business assurance, system process and reviewers, forensic accounting, management and cost accounting. The implication of this is that the funds of the University of Benin are in professional hands, which is in line with the theme of this workshop, professionalism of the staff of the University of Benin. So what is the scope? The scope, number one, is mobilization of funds, allocation of funds to various units, departments, faculties that I have told you. We service all three departments and units of this university in a manner that will ensure added value to the university. Then we have what we call the stewardship of spent funds. You are required, even by law, to give account of how you utilize the fund. The objectives of financial regulations in the budget. The objective desirable by financial regulation advice of Benin are one, fiscal. That is fiscal responsibility. This will ensure that fiscal resources are efficiently mobilized and collected, held safely and applied economically. Another one is value for money. This will ensure that stated and future objectives are attained with minimal cost. We have three elements in value for money. The number one is economy. Number two is efficiency and effectiveness. Of course, one of the objectives is liquidity, which is a very vital element in management of finance. Funds to be available as and when required. Well, we know in this country today, our fortunes, our financial fortunes is declining. This is becoming a serious problem to every organization in this country because funds are not readily available. As for you to be able to articulate the liquidity aspect, you need to step on toes, which means projects that are not very, very essential, you need to step them down in order to have enough fund to meet some very important and some exigent situations that may arise. And of course, accountability is one of the objectives, responsibility is another one, and control is another one. Because control is essential, and this is where the internal audit is very important. Because if the finances of the university are not controlled, if they go into wrong hands, the issue of lack of good positive work attitude will start to come in. And that is why there is need for control. It forms the basis of the good conduct of the university financial process. In order to accomplish these objectives, the budget maintains adequate accounting records in compliance with international public sector accounting standards. We have IFRS, which govern that of private sector, companies, enterprises. But for public enterprises, for public sector, like ministries and FDAs and agencies, the international public sector, called the ISA, is what is now used for the accounting process. And of course, we now have a new regime, which is the accrual basis, which started January 2016. In order to accomplish these objectives, like I said, the budget maintains adequate accounting records in compliance with international public sector accounting standards of assets and liabilities, as well as income and expenditure of the university. It also prepares estimates of revenues and expenditure, both of capital and recurrent nature, within the medium-term expenditure framework, as prescribed by the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007 of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and in line with the University of Benin strategic plan. Director, fiscal planning. Here we are together in that, because the university has a strategic plan. Annual budget process and procedures. We are supposed to know this. It's when we know that we have a process like this that we can easily key in to the financial system of the university. Budget, we already know is a plan of financial resources set aside for carrying out specific activities in a given period in a coordinated manner. And of course, we have the second element, which is the control, which is a technique employed by the organization in a manner of comparing actual with the budget. Budget timetable and sample of estimates form. Budget timetable and sample of estimate form for submission are sent to all departments and units. All departments and units are secularized preparatory to the budget effect. An annual work plan and annual budgets are prepared by the units and departments of the university. Presentation of draft estimates of budget hearing exercise and defense of proposal by the heads of departments and units concerned. Preparation of aggregate estimate of revenue and expenditure based on budget performance of the current year. The work plan identifies specific tasks required, when to execute them, those assigned to complete each task, and how much funds that will be required. These are local budget of the university. So every year we have an estimate committee who presides over this budget process, where departments and units are expected to come with their own budget for the year. And so they follow this pattern. So amendments are made where necessary, and aggregate estimates are presented to the estimate committee for consideration. They will exist in this university, the estimate committee. And of course, if you look further, you will see the composition as far as the University of Benin is concerned. And the chairman is the vice chancellor, followed by every other person you see there. They are all members of the estimate committee. Then we have the federal budget, which is one key area. We are entitled to have our own Nigeria, but the federal government also funds the university. And in the area of personnel costs, in the area of overhead and fixed capital cost, fixed capital or fund, the federal government sends subvention every year. And there are procedures too for doing that. The activities include the following: on receipt of budget circular from the federal government, the request is made to registry, academic planning unit, works, fiscal planning department, and equipment maintenance center to submit relevant information for the preparation of the federal budget report. And for the personnel, the bossa also writes to the registrar to bring the nominal role of the university to populate the budget template. After submission of the entire template, but before submitting, we would have discussed it with management, and all those expected to know about it, including the unions, are usually informed of the budget. We just sent that of 2018 to the budget office a few days ago. That is for 2018. And the next is for the National Assembly to invite us for defense, which they invite the Chief Financial Officer of the University, the Chief Accounting Officer, which is the VC, and every other persons to go and defend the budget. And after that, you are given an allocation of what we call envelope. They say this is your allocation for the year. And it is that allocation that is now put together with our local budget, which will now call subvention from federal government, that will now prepare and present to, thanks to F&GPC, from F&GPC to council. And council now gives approval. That will now say this is the budget. And after the council's approval, we communicate that document called now the budget to all principal officers, to all deans and directors, and to all heads of unit, and of course to the director of audit. This is a budget process that is very, very important in this university, and it is sacrosanct that you must follow that pattern on every year. But it's also expected too that there should be what we call budget performance report, quarterly, monthly, could be monthly, quarterly, and otherwise, for us to know whether we are following what the budget. Because it's one thing for you to budget, it's for another thing for you to realize it. Hence, there's need for variance analysis of the budget by the budget monitoring committee, which is also a committee, very, very, very important committee of the university. And of course, we have what we call regular financial reporting, which will render a lot of reports that are appropriate to the government, federal government, budget office, Federal Ministry of Finance, Federal Ministry of Education, NUC, even to those other agencies that are looking for the downfall of every other person, the ICPC and otherwise. We render reports to all of them very, very regularly. And of course, with the present administration in the country, it is now mandatory for us to do a lot of reports on monthly basis, including monthly transcript, monthly trial balance. You must submit that report to our Canada General of the Federation on monthly basis. We have quality advisor for budget and capital. And it is something that has to do with loans, insurance, and research grant, special research grant to our academic staff. We send it to a unit or a section which is known as loans, insurance, and research. The documents are processed and partially raised and forwarded to the Director of Audit for further vetting and authentication and approval for payment. All payment vouchers will be pre-audited before effecting payment. The audited payment voucher can then be returned to the Vice Chancellor for validation of approval, for him to be sure whether it's the one that approved it. This process must be followed. And the Bossa now passed the audited and approved payment vouchers to Deputy Bossa Treasury Operations. Initially, that department section was called cash operation. But with the advent of e-commerce, e-banking, and e-everything, we have to change it to treasury operation because we are now cashless. I want to talk about payroll system, where the alert comes from every month. We thank God that last month we didn't delay, and we hope we will not delay again in Jesus' name. Payroll, we have a payroll system here. What is a payroll? A payroll simply means the whole system in the university where a list of employees, whether permanent or temporary appointment, as well as time or sabbatical, like our prof, training, studying, with a view to determine their salaries and wages in compliance with the terms under which each is remunerated. Each staff letter of appointment indicates his or her entitlement prepared in accordance with the job title and strictly in conformity with the relevant labor laws. New employees. Authority to place any person on the payroll must come from the registrar to the boss. This authority can only be implemented on receipt of the following documents. Copy of the letter of appointment of the employee to an established position, told provision have been made in the current budget in the university. That is, if an employee was not provided for in the budget, there will be difficulty in putting the person in the payroll. And we just don't put person in the payroll without seeing all this document, letter of acceptance, letter of introduction, that is duly signed by the Vice Chancellor, adoption of duty certificate, and we have what we call basic maintenance form, which must be signed by that employee and the head of the department, which includes stating the employee's bank details and other personal information. The above data were able to start and wages section to complete and impute in order to place the new staff on payroll. Details of how information flows of documents from payroll. Flow of documents for payroll input is stated in the lecture and at your time ready. It starts from information going to the bossa, who now supply the minute information to the deputy bossa salaries and wages, who acknowledge this receipt. The deputy bossa salaries and wages are now assigned Boswich payroll security number to the employee, which is called the UBS or UBA. And the file is now taken to the chief accountant for the supervisor accountant to complete the due diligence. And of course, by the time they finish that, it's taken to audit to check and ensure that the information is correct and Boswich has followed due process in taking all this information. At the end of the day, there is an output. The payment analysis schedule, bank schedules, deduction schedules, and other reports are then generated in both hard and soft copies. One goes to the audit, one is retained by the section, credit salaries, one is sent to Bossa, and one is sent to our supervisory ministry. So the gross salary is then compared with salary one and received through the GIPMIS from federal government, where the balance is lesser than the payroll output. A report on the shortfall is generated and forwarded to management via the Bossa. This is further escalated to the unions in order to take appropriate action. After the decision, the salary is then uploaded or imported to the GPA platform by the desk officer, and due diligence for reviewers and approval to then follow. We have various approval thresholds in writing. You can read that one. For alternative payments is very simple. Once those vouchers are part of the process, we have the first level that are called the initiators, who are accountants responsible for keying in or importing the payment into that TSA platform. And of course, we have the second level, which are usually deputy bosses and some chief accountants, who are called reviewers. They cross-check and verify what the initiator key into that payment platform. And when they are okay with it, they approve it and let it go. All these things are done electronically. And of course, we now go to the 10th level, which is the final approval of payment by the Vice Chancellor, Registrar, or Bossa, who then approves and finalizes payment when certified with due diligence. Still the same story when it comes to treatment. Those procedures must also be followed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not possible to start driving a car from morning to evening without a stop. On that note, we are limited by time. Thank you and God bless you.
Please let's give Mr. Magui another round of applause. And then please, I want all of us to clap for ourselves. Yes, you have been wonderful participants in this workshop. We will go into the discussion session now. As usual, we have two co-chairmen who will come over to the dais here and preside over it. But please, just to alert us that we need to remain on our seats as the services are going on. Please don't get up. Just stay where you are. There is enough for everybody. Then, those who are outside, apart from the officers, the registration officers, who can remain where they are. If you are outside and you are a participant in this workshop, please come inside, because you will not be served outside. Please, and let us conduct ourselves properly. I think it's just rice and water. The co-chairman, please, Mr. Osifo for the financial regulations, and Mrs. Ikwobase for the lecture on work ethics by Professor Bonifo.
Professor Bonifo talked about the topic, work ethics and attitudinal change in the Nigerian public service. He defined work ethics, talked of the behavior of staff and the attitude to work, and the need for staff to change their attitude to work. He equally gave the characteristics of good work ethics such as honesty, integrity, responsibility, commitment, etc. He stated that work ethics are important because they form your attitude towards well-being as a person and as a worker, your attitude to work and your career progress. He emphasized on the need for work questions. So let me hand over to my colleague now.
Good afternoon, co-participants. Our topic, like the speaker said, is the language is a very unique one because we are all interested in the fact the major reason we are here is to see how we can finance. These lectures were, very elusive and to the point. I'm not going to bother you with the whole lectures all over, but in summary, he told us that financial regulation is just the rule that tells us of how we are going to spend the funds available to the university. Nothing more. And in that, we made us to know that in spending the funds available to the university, the rules are anchored on the various units of the university. made us to know that we have a chief accounting officer of the university, you know, and that the chief accounting officer must give authorization to all form of money that is going to be spent within the university. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for all days. I mentioned on so many committees that assist the chief accounting officer of the university to ensure that the funds available to the university does not go to the wrong hands. So I'm not going to belabor you with more talk again. So whatever question you have relating to this, feel free to ask. Thank you very much.
We want to 4 persons who are going to ask questions on the topic work ethics and attitudinal change in the Nigerian public service. 2 from this area and 2 from this area. Mr. Ebabu.
Thank you very much. For the work ethics, Prof told us here that in fact in this is necessitating poor work ethic, especially that of pay. If, for example, my question is directed at Muslim, people were promoted, and he told us here that budget is prepared, even 2018 budget has been prepared and has been submitted. People were promoted, some of them in 2015, some of them 9 months ago. Does it mean there was no budgetary provisions for that promotion? And what happened in a case where the bosser becomes deliberately preemptive when a budget is being prepared, he insists that you use previous year's estimate in your department. So whatever you calculate this year is not accepted. Why is it like that? And why is it that with the beautiful presentation of the deputy boss salaries and wages, that VACHA goes to audit approved, it goes to this. Why is it that request for reimbursement, request for advance since 2015 have never paid, and that has strangulated administrative procedures in the faculties? Thank you.
Actually, my question is for the man also on work ethics. We have covered the issue of Benin, where certain laws are made, and we find that those laws appear not to be carried, in the sense that when a staff is being assigned a job, and that's what the staff doesn't decide not to do that job, and when they being reminded for such refusal to do such a job, it's like that personnel appear not to respond as expected. Instead, the matter will die naturally. What a boss do?
Thank you. Moses Igilova from Registry. Well, on the thing, talked about the staff professionalism in the University of Benin. I want to say that many staff are ready to work, they are willing to work, and they want to work. But when we came to the system from years ago, we discovered that we do routine work of great ops like staff coming to work early, doing our work very well, and they are as follows. What we do over time, we get benefit for that. Then there's what we popularly call hazards that are not being invoked for now. Don't you think that may be reasons why some staff may be delinquent or may not be interested? I think this issue should be addressed. We are appealing to bursary that let it be restored, then you see the momentum with which staff will go into their work, and we all will be happy. Thank you.
Please, we have just one more person on the topic work ethics. A question from this side, a lady.
Thank you for this opportunity, and I think this is a great privilege. I want to first of all commend those who organized this workshop or interface with our management. My question goes like this. Professor Amoniko said that there's dignity in our job and that we should be motivated. If this is so, what will be the feeling of a staff who has worked for 17 years without probation on the basis that the staff does not have the additional qualification that staff have is not in line with that for which he was employed. And I think 17 years or 20 years in the life of a man is something to be accounted for. So if a staff works for 17 or 20 years and there is no motivation, but the staff have an avenue for him to be converted to other line, and that staff is not getting the conversion and is not getting promotion. Also, what will be the feeling of that staff?
Please, we now have questions on the financial regulations. We'll take 4 questions. 2 from this side, 2 from that side.
Please, let's take the one up.
Please, I'm exercising my right as a participant in this workshop. I have 2 charges against Mr. Emmanuel Bosso, and I hope no lawyer will come to his rescue so that he can answer for them himself. Now, is it not a breach of financial regulations for you to delay payment of salary beyond the end of the month? I take this one because I know a lot of staff, particularly the month of April, 2 weeks into that month, salaries were not paid, and many resorted to borrowing at great expense. Is there any way the hardship faced by some staff can be annihilated, and then the occurrence prevented in the future? That's one. The second one is, why has it been difficult to pay responsibility allowance to heads of department and relevant officers in the university? The same with hazard. What is the problem? If all our budgets are gone to TSC, I would like to answer to these 2 questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I was giving a claim for my MSc project last year.
Please, can I say something? Please introduce yourself before you ask the question. Yourself, your name and your department, then you can now ask the question.
I am Mrs. Udele Aropola, Management Sciences Base Office. The Vice Chancellor approved 80,000 naira for me for my MSc project last year, August. Till date, I have not been paid that money. I've been going to Boston all the time for it. I want to know what is happening. Why?
It will be, please to be appreciated if really our question will center more on the lectures given here today. Really, for example, the Financial Regulation University was to keep us abreast of the procedure of spending university money, so that
Thank you very much. Please forgive me. I don't want to run far, so I don't know what protocol it is that we established. So I don't want to run far of it. So permit me to just stand on the existing protocol. Then, like you said, I should introduce. My name is Engineer Onyaboma. My department is Petroleum Engineering, and I'm the chairman of NAS. Please, my question is directed to the boss's rep, Mr. Victor Made. My question is like this. I think by simple definition, budget is supposed to be the money available and the plan of how you will use it. You see, then, I know that when you go to populate budget with bursary, or when they are doing budget, they will say it's a template given to them by government. Whereas, I would have think that you are the man that is on the field. You know the money that you are going to spend. Why not just present it like that this is the money we want to spend in the University of Benin, than to tell people that this is the template given to me, and this is what the budget is going to be. I don't know, I'm not an accountant. This question I'm asking. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Obiase Apostle Williams from the Library Department. And my question is about motivation to start. In the aspect of shift allowance. So as a library officers, we have been working in the library and we have been doing shifts, and our shifts have not been taken for a very long time. I don't know what the bursary have to say concerning that. And I believe that will motivate us to do more if we want to do better job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think at this point, on our resource person, please provide solutions to these questions on the floor.
What happened to our entire generation?
With the floor.
Well, I'm lucky there are only two questions for me. Although they are difficult questions. The first talked about the case of the staff who was disobedient. The staff was reported to personnel, and personnel did nothing. What should the boss of that staff do? I find this unusual. Because what I know about the system is, if you initiate a disciplinary action against the staff, it will be possible to reach logical conclusion by personnel. The procedure as I know it for academic departments, I don't know if it's the same for, should be the same for other units, is that when the staff has contravened any regulation, you issue a query to that staff. And the staff is expected to respond. If you are not satisfied with the response given by the staff, then you refer the matter to the registrar. And of course, management will look at the case and decide whether they should issue a query, and then the matter will be treated from there. It is quite possible that management will look at the case, in response to the query, and reach the conclusion that the staff has a good case. In which case, the matter will end there. But if I was in your position, definitely I would keep my action until something is done about such a situation. The second one is the case of the staff who has been on the job for 17 very long years. No promotion, in spite of additional qualifications, although the qualifications do not seem so flip the system to be relevant to the person's job. But I must say that I get baffled too. That conversion is such a difficult, very difficult process, in the public service. I do not know why it should be that difficult. Because the rule says, what I do know about the private sector is If you find that the staff is in a position that is not appropriate, given the competencies and qualifications of the staff, the team will look for the most appropriate position for that staff. So I think maybe the registrar will be the position to answer that question. But I think it is a normal law and it's certainly not good for us to do the work. Thank you.
Well, thank you for those beautiful answers. The question was raised that the borders on promotion, especially against the background that we mentioned, we talked about budget. Promotion in the university is every October. True of us. Our budget circular for personnel comes June, and by July we have submitted. So which means if we are preparing 2018, though we are to promote in 2017, we will not enter the budget of 2018. You see there is a gap. And the university is not the university is not responsible for payment of personnel costs. It is the federal government that is responsible for payment of personnel costs. So it is what was, as at the time, like now, just this 2018, it came in May, and we submitted in May. Which it is your own level as at May this year. We are sending now for 2019. For 2016 that were promoted, they have entered this 2018 budget. Because as at the time we submitted 2017 budget, the promotion for 2016 was not yet out. Because promotion is October and budget is around June at that time. Now, listen. You see, I started by mentioning legal framework, that we are guided by regulations, we are guided by law. The federal government said once they want to do a budget, they send what we call budget circular, and they must tell you what and what you have to do and what you must not do. One of them is anticipating promotion. They underline it. Don't ever anticipate. If you do that, they will come and even arrest the chief accounting officer that is deliberately imputing money into the budget. So we are guided. And they said, for promotion, you don't anticipate it. If your institution, at the end of the period, promote staff, put it in a separate submission and submit to the public-wide vote of the federal government, which we have done. And I must tell you here that as chairman confirmed it. It has been approved for 2015. 2016 was sent to them up to now. No money. They did not send us the money as we speak. So the entire nation will have this challenge of lack of funds, and that is what is translating to most of the MPAs. And let me tell you what the federal government brings as subvention to the university for overhead costs. I heard that people talk about not meeting their obligations. The federal government brings last year, that ended 2016, the federal government gave the university 45 million for the whole year. Meanwhile, our NEPA bill for 1 month is 38 million. Diesel, as at that time, was 36 million. How do you survive? Budget, yes. Budget is not supposed to be money available. I'm responding to a question asked by one of the union chairman. Budget is an estimate. We should be able to differentiate between what is an estimate and what is actual. I said that is why we do what we call benchmark performance, to compare actual with the budget. Budget is based on two sides: expected revenue and expected expenditure. Now we want to spend 20 million and only 10 million was available. Where will you get the other money to spend the 20 million? You must begin to readjust, because you are not allowed to borrow, and you are also told that you must also fiscal responsibility is actually that you must not spend beyond the budget in terms of spending. So if you have to spend 1 naira, that 1 naira, have you budgeted for it in that budget? If you discover that you are just projects, purchase of this that were not originally in the budget, and meanwhile we are having this problem of shortfall of revenue, what will you do? The question is to everybody. Now somebody asks for hazard to be restored. You see, there are matters that are very sensitive that sometimes we don't want to talk about it. But if the trade union leaders, if they are sincere, they will know that hazard is an outcome of negotiation they have with the federal government. It's an outcome, and they expect the federal government to fund it. The union are also aware that the federal government is not funding it. How? In view of our dwindling financial resources, how do we meet up as a body? The question is also for everybody. As somebody said, is that not a breach of financial regulation and delay in payment of salary? Delay in payment of salary took place in April, and they referred to it. The chief is aware of what happened in April. But let me, for the avoidance of doubt, let me refer him back. In April, particularly, there was staff verification exercise. The decision that was taken by that committee was that the boss should not treat or put anybody on the payroll unless they submit that money confirmation that they collected during the screening exercise. So we waited. Let me tell you, there's a timeline for preparing salary. Once you meet that timeline, it means you are going to extend or you are going to delay the payment of that salary. And the money confirmation started coming after on the 25th. That was what happened. And that was why that particular month was delayed. In May, they are expecting to time, where is it now? To commend us. Because even in May, there was a second attempt in asking everybody to, but we were proactive. Masters put on red alert that these people will not bring this in until when maybe they are from the 16th. So what we will do is they come. Please, I know we don't pay overtime. We must do extra hours, close to the night. And I recall that on the day we pay salary, I left this office 10 p.m. That was how we were able to meet that of May. And if we don't have all this challenge, there is no reason why we delay salary. My sister said he got approval for MSc project. I want to know why he has not been paid and what is happening. Please, I will want you to please go back to bursary and find out what is the position. It is likely you have been paid. Perhaps it's hanging because this is e-payment. Then there was this question of responsibility allowance. Responsibility allowance is also one of those items that was negotiated by trade unions with the federal government. When they were spending funding by the government. The funding is not hitting them. If any other university is paying it, we need to ask them where they are getting the money from. The university is not getting that money. The books are there. Now with the advent of MDA and NTSA, all financial transactions are in the open. You as a person can even get information. They will give them to you. Nobody had anything. You can see those things for yourself. I hope I have made an attempt to answer the questions. Thank you once again.
So we must thank God that we have come to the end of this workshop. But I want to invite the chairman of the Nigerian Stock Management University of Benin Unit, Mr. C.O. Ogunsoya, to formally do the vote of thanks. observed. I want to say that I like and I want to say on behalf of the executive and members of NIM Union units, I want to sincerely express my profound gratitude to our amiable Vice Chancellor, Professor FFO Oromesi, FNSC, MNIL, for giving us the opportunity to serve and for his indelible contribution and invaluable support to making this workshop a reality. Indeed, we are grateful, sir. Special appreciation and thanks goes to our mommy, the registrar of this great university, Mrs. O.A. Oshodi, for her motherly role and professional advice to the planning committee. This workshop would not have been possible if not for her motherly role and advice. In fact, many a time she refers to me as co-opting her as a member of the planning committee because she virtually did most of the groundwork for us. Thank you very much. We are grateful. Please, I want to say that with deep sense of belonging, I want to acknowledge the bossa, Dr. Bila Baba, for his support to the possibility of this workshop. Because even the approval, we have to really be on him to make sure that we get something out of it, which is still in the pipeline. So it's not only other aspects of the university that suffers it, even we in the bursary. As I speak with you, we have not been able to get funds for this workshop that is going on. I will also want to thank the resource person who has left whatever they have been planned for today and have given us enough time to impart knowledge into every one of us. I also want to thank the committee, my committee that planned this workshop. We've worked day and night because a number of times we were not sure whether it will hold because of different logistics, especially finance. We had to at the time go through the laboring people like the banks and we went through the banks and other people around, but none gave us anything. It was just promises and promises. So I want to thank them for their zeal and for the encouragement which they used in working with me. Thank you and God bless. Also, I want to thank every participant here. You came out in large number. We are quite impressed because this kind of lecture is very, very necessary and important at this present time and situation in the university system. I know and I hope and I believe that with this type of lecture today, very many of us will go back to our seats and to know that we need to have a change of mind and a change of action and attitude towards work. And I want us to read the last paragraph of this, my appreciation at the back of this letter. It is a quotation from W. Clement Stone, and I will read it out. There is a little difference in people, but the little difference makes a big difference. The little difference is attitude. The big difference is whether it is positive or negative. I want to leave this to our conscience, and I want us to think and meditate on what we have learned today. And the Lord Almighty that has positioned us in different sections and departments will help us to be able to actualize our dream in the name of Jesus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Madam Registrar does not only know administration, she also knows how to pray. So she will close for us in prayer.